This is the Go Maluku Podcast.
I'm sorry, my friends. Thank you so much for joining this live stream. As you can see, I have a very difficult coping with the loss of a very good friend of mine, brother, son of Kuna, and a very dear friend and colleague for Indigenous peoples and allies. We're all mourning all across the world, and it's so hard to find comfort in while you're in isolation. Also, knowing that Estebancio is a guy that's super social and wanted to attempt to get people into one live stream and just share memories and or stories or whatever they want to share about the life of Estebancio. We have some people that have been sending in some videos and really appreciate that, and already have a lot of people lined up, which helps me kick off this this tribute. I want to pay special respects to Pila, his son, and his family who are watching right now. Must be hard. I've been in contact with Estebancio for the last couple of months, almost every day. And still it's hard to. When I got the message yesterday. We all have a difficult coping with it, and I cannot imagine, you cannot even start to begin to trying to understand how difficult it must be for Pila, his family, and the Kuna community. So I don't know how long this will take, but I'm sure, but rest assured, I'll be here. I have nothing but time. You can take as long as you want or as short as you want. You can share whatever you want to share. It's up to you. I just see this as a way of conveying our respects and also celebrating the life of Estebancio. So yeah, that's why I wanted to do this. I already have people lined up. Obviously, there's so many more people. So when I only have like the back end can only accommodate for 10 people. So we'll get through 10, and then other people can jump in if they want. Like there's a link in the description, so you can get into the conversation. So, but please be patient. Everyone would love to share something. So please understand that we're trying to do the best that we can. No need for interpretation. We all we all speak the language of compassion, love, and grief at this point. We can speak in your own indigenous language, Spanish, English, Russian, whatever you want. It's up to you. You get the time, and you can say whatever you want. So let's see who we got first. I have Pura Fe. Welcome. You're on mute, so please unmute yourself.
Hi, Rocio asked me to come and sing if I would, and I said yes. And I remember him from, I was there at the beginnings of the permanent forms. And so I would like to sing a little something for him, for the family, and for all of you, everyone. And I hope you don't mind I blow my conch first. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for starting off with this with your contribution. And then I'll go continue with to Rocio Velandia.
Can you hear me? We have sound?
Yeah, I have sound.
First of all, my love to you, Gazali. I always saw you at the United Nations with Estebancio, working so hard, trying to come up with solutions, with words for the documents, and trying to find a path for our people in the international forums. But at the same time, I always saw both of you enjoying very much what you did and bringing a smile to our people and hope to all of us for a future with all the challenges that we face as Indigenous peoples in the pandemic, with the gigantic agenda of deforestation and polluted waters and everything else that we face. Since Estebancio has left us during the official meeting of the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and also during the Forest Forum, I thought that maybe I could give for consideration that the final reports of both the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues and the Forest Forum could have dedication sentence or something of the sort to Estebancio's amazing contribution to Indigenous peoples and to the United Nations system in dealing with in dealing with Indigenous people, and also to the many colleagues and relatives that we lost to coronavirus. So I thought maybe this would be a way of making that request, if possible, just for a little sentence, to remember what the 20th session of the Permanent Forum was like, as well as the Forest Forum. Thank you so much for this space. Le envío a la nación Kuna la condolencia, pero también la celebración de la vida de Estebancio, que fue para mí un amigo, siempre estuvo ahí para ayudarme y aconsejarme lo que pudo, siempre estaba contento, siempre tenía una sonrisa y además era tan conocedor de los instrumentos internacionales que tenemos y siempre buscó un camino para nosotros funcionar dentro de la arena internacional, a lo que muchos dedicamos nuestra vida y donde creo que un día lograremos estar finalmente como naciones, no como grupo mayoritario, sino como naciones indígenas que hemos siempre protegido la madre tierra, el agua, los bosques y todo lo que mantiene el sagrado ciclo de la vida. Thank you, Gazali, so much for organizing this. Thank you, Pura Fe, for your beautiful voice of always. Thank you, sister.
So next up is Daniel Ibanez Silva. Well, this almost feels like a UN. Pablo Green Solis. All right. Catherine.
Kia ora, Gazali, and everyone. I'll just be brief. Gazali, thank you for organising this gathering today. To be honest, I watched Estebancio from perhaps more of a distance than others, knowing others were more close to him and had more opportunity to work with him. But just really appreciated the contribution that he made to all of the work that we came together on year in, year out. And I did look to him as one of those friendly faces, especially in the early days when I got to know him and I was getting to know the ins and outs of working in the UN system and advocating. He was just such a welcoming face and such a friendly, light energy about him. And yeah, the only way I can really show my appreciation is also with something from our culture, which is music and singing. So I'll just, if it's okay with everyone, do a short song or waiata from my people. And it goes like this. Kia taunga mana ki tanga o te atua ki runga I a koe. Kia noho tōna rangi mari e, kei roto I a koe. Nā tōna tāua, kia whakamahana tō ngā kau. Ina e nei moa ke tonu atu. Ina e nei moa ke tonu atu. Ake, ake, ake. And that's also to invoke the energy of strength and resilience and love and understanding, especially for Estebancio's family and also our network of friends, everyone at this time dealing with the sad news. So thanks, Ghazali.
Sorry, Minnie, are you ready? Oh, sorry. Maybe my mic was on off. Kenneth, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ghazali, but I couldn't hear you. I saw your lips moving, but I couldn't hear what you were saying. And first of all, I want to thank you for organizing this celebration of Estebancio's life. And I think that's a good word to use, and because we want to remember, Estebancio the way we knew him, alive and breathing and smiling, laughing. And my memories of Estebancio go all the way back to, I think it's 1997 when he was a fellow at the United Nations. And, he was just this young guy who was so eager, and he wanted to learn, and he was attentive and respectful. Estebancio, all the years I've known him, and it's like over 20 years, he was always been respectful to everybody. In particular, he was respectful to the political leadership in Kuna, even though, Estebancio was gaining experience and knowledge, hanging around the UN. And when people looked to Estebancio for advice or an opinion from a Kuna perspective, he always deferred to his elders, to the leadership, and he was always careful not to overstep his bounds. And it showed to me that Estebancio didn't have an ego. He didn't have an ego. He knew his place, and he gave advice and direction when he could, but he always deferred to leadership so many times. And sometimes I was even frustrated with him saying, "Come on, give me an opinion," and he would say, "No, it's he'll leave it to the others." But it was that respect, and he also respected everybody. He held high esteem to everybody, and of course his sense of humor, which everybody comments on, is also helpful. He could laugh easily, and he was easy to get along with, to talk to sit down, and he was affable, and I think Estebancio was a tremendous diplomat. He was firm when he had to be. He was cordial when necessary, and so he had the potential of being a great ambassador for the Kuna people, and he was. He didn't have the title, maybe, but he was that ambassador for the Kuna. The Mohawk people, we have we had a very, very good relationship with the Kuna people right from the time when I started dealing at the international level in 1987. The Mohawk and the Kuna, we had a brotherhood between us because we thought alike. We had the same kind of worldview. We were very strongly nationalistic. We knew who we were. We and some of our philosophies and our teachings are so similar that we always we got along very, very very well, and we really felt the Kunas were everybody's our brothers, but the Kuna were a little bit closer brother than some other people, and Estebancio was part of that bridge between the Mohawks and the rest of the Kuna. Onel and all the others. Their names escape me right now. And but I had the privilege of going to Kuna Yala in the year 2000, and what a beautiful place Kuna Yala is. It's like it's paradise. It's like Hawaii without the commercialism. It was such a beautiful place, and they make such beautiful people like Estebancio. And so it's unfortunately that we had to lose him at this time, because the temporary committee on enhanced participation for Indigenous Peoples in the United Nations, we nominated Estebancio to be an advisor to the president of the General Assembly on this particular issue of enhanced participation. And we were told, even though we just nominated him, it's the most we can do. We understand that the president unofficially told that we were informed that the president was going to accept our nomination of him, and he would have been that advisor, and it would have been a highlight of his career. And unfortunately, he left us before he could ever take that post and carry out the duties that we put upon him, the weight that we put on his shoulders. And it was an indication of the confidence we had in Estebancio. So it's a big loss to us. We were all in shock and devastated and heartbroken. by his loss. He will be very, very difficult to replace. It'll take maybe another generation to find somebody of that skill level. And in the next generation to replace his particular characters. But I have faith in the Kuna. I have faith that the Kuna will develop more people like Estebancio to fill that gap and to raise young people to come forward. We have to look forward, remembering Estebancio, because I think that's what Estebancio would want. If Estebancio could talk to us right now, he would say, you don't waste your time remembering me. We should spend our time replacing him. Find somebody that could do what he could do. And I think that's what Estebancio would be saying. Because when I said earlier that Estebancio didn't have an ego, that's what I mean. It wasn't life. It wasn't about Estebancio. Estebancio was about everything else. It wasn't about him. And I got that strong feeling of him that way. And I think the outpouring of grief from everybody you see, because they could see that in Estebancio. He was a real person. And, he led by example. And that's the kind of leadership he was. And that's the kind of leadership we need. We don't need demagogues. We need hardworking people who use reason, what we call reason, and a good mind in leadership. That's what we look for in my culture, and I think the Kuna culture looks for the same thing. So I don't want to hog the whole thing here, but I just want to say that I will miss Estebancio. I love Estebancio like a son, and I'm sorry to lose him. And I better stop talking before I start crying. So I'll end it there. And I want to thank Ghazali for organizing this and giving us all an opportunity to express our grief in this such brief, short time of him passing yesterday and being buried tomorrow. It's such a short time. Thank you, Ghazali, and to all of you, I join you. I give condolences to the family, his son, and to the Kuna people for his loss. Thank you. Ona.
Yaman Ghazali. Thank you, Ghazali, for organizing this. Our cultures get their strength from collective gatherings. This is where we share grief, we share joy. We believe that in sharing and in remembering, I take note of what Kenneth said, that if Estebancio was around, he would laugh at us and say, "What are you doing? Crying and doing all of this." But in remembering Estebancio, we are also developing the new leaders who will come after us and after him. Like Kenneth, I met Estebancio way back in 1997. He was very young. He came in as one of the fellows. And I think that whole fellowship program, Estebancio would be the shining star of that, the rock star of that program, because he learned a lot from that. He went back to his people and he practiced what he learned from that. And I saw how he grew from that fellowship program, listening with respect and learning, and to where he was before this all happened. He's one of our leaders. And one of the two things that I remember most about Estebancio was when I went to Panama. He wasn't there, but I met his mother. And I was so excited to tell Estebancio that I met your mother. We had a short visit, and he was very, very proud of his mom. And to me, that was a very good sign when a son remembers the mother with fondness, with lots of respect. Then I have faith in that person. And then 3 years ago, I had to go to Panama for 1 day. And despite such a short notice, Estebancio took time out and he met with me and we broke bread. And believe it or not, we did not talk about work. We talked about his son, my daughter, our hopes for the future. The 2 hours that I had with him in Panama were, I think, the most relaxing part of that trip. Without doubt, Estebancio has all the qualities of a good diplomat. He understands what needs to be done. He understands the need to go back and ask the people. And yes, we had a lot of disagreements, not just in the policy arena, but also when he was the executive secretary of the International Alliance. But all of those disagreements were all rooted because we had a common goal. Maybe we did not agree on how to get to that goal, and that's why we had disagreements. But what I liked about Estebancio is despite the heated arguments that we've had, once we leave the table, we are friends. He would still smile, and he would never ever forget to ask, "How are you?" He was one of those who just exuded that joy of being with you, and that feeling that he is a brother, not just a comrade, but also a brother. So yes, we will miss you, Estebancio. When all of these protocols are gone and international meetings begin to start, it will be very different because there will be no laughing, smiling Estebancio with the big hugs that he's willing to offer to each and everyone. But as I said earlier, in remembering, we are also creating new Estebancios. And so wherever you go, Estebancio, love and peace. And to Gazali, Iyaman Salamat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Minnie. And next up is Josh. Welcome, Josh. You're on mute.
Aloha, Ghazali. Thank you so much for organizing this. It was extremely important to do this because we all have so many experiences with Estebancio. Like Kenneth, I met Estebancio, and I'm going to try to keep it short too because I started crying when I saw you, Ghazali. But I met Estebancio when he was doing the first thing ever as the Indigenous Fellows. And I met him there. Actually in the room while they're doing the event, and we instantly just started laughing and talking and had never met each other. And that continued all the way until even the last COP, seeing each other there. And we had a little ritual we would say, and he was always humoring me because my Spanish was so pathetic. And I would always do, "¿Qué pasa, calabaza?" And he would say, "Nada, nada, banana." And we would just laugh and share that and then catch up with what we had been working on and what we're both doing. And it was always wonderful. And also just on every level, he really did practice living balanced life, you know, and he was there to the last minute to edit and make sure we had the strongest language possible to put in a statement. And he would also be the one to be with you at night laughing and wanting to know what's going on in your life. And I have so many stories to share, but I really want to hand it over to everyone else because I know there's a lot of people wanting to get in. The last thing is I always wanted to learn salsa dancing, and I told him I'd learn. And now that's my promise to Estebancio, that I will learn to be as smooth as he was on that dance floor with those dance moves. And same way, keep doing the diplomacy dance going into the future. And thank you, Ghazali, for organizing this. And really great to see Catherine and Kenneth as well. And let's keep this as a celebration. Mahalo nui. And Estebancio, we love you, man.
We worked for about 2 years to create this.
Oh man, still I forgot to unmute myself. Miguel Abanez, please.
Buenas tardes con todos. Disculpen que no puedo ya he olvidado el inglés, porque estoy fuera ya de Nueva York hace mucho tiempo. Espero si está ahí mi querida amiga Rocío Belandia, que me puede traducir o me puede ayudar en algo. Es una gran tristeza para nosotros haber escuchado esta noticia de la ida de nuestro querido hermano Estebancio Castro. Nosotros hemos trabajado mucho tiempo en el Foro Permanente de las Naciones Unidas desde el principio. Ha sido el promotor, el que siempre no tenía ningún escollo para poder explicar, defender los derechos de los pueblos indígenas. Es ahí que nació una amistad entre hermanos tanto de Panamá como del Perú, en donde me encuentro ahora, y esa es la forma como incluso hemos desarrollado temas importantes en conjunto, como también preparamos un video auspiciado por International Indian Treaty Council y Habitat Pro, que es la organización que nosotros estamos, juntamente con Estebancio Castro. Estuvo muy contento de ese trabajo porque estábamos elevando este video del Treaty Council a todas las partes, y ahora en homenaje a él hemos colgado este video y también sus discursos en las páginas correspondientes. Ha sido una pena bastante profunda perder a este amigo, a este hermano, más que amigo, y que siempre nos hablaba de las penurias y de los avances de todo lo que se refiere al bosque húmedo tropical y a los bosques en general, que era su especialidad a nivel internacional. Y yo también le refería a todos los problemas que tenemos en el Perú con respecto a la forma como la deforestación está creciendo. Cada año no deja de desaparecer o de ser asesinados 25, 30 líderes indígenas, y esto es una masacre que se está haciendo en el bosque húmedo tropical del Perú, y que a la fecha también estamos tratando de traslucir, defender y originar una corriente de opinión a nivel sudamericano y mundial con respecto a la amenaza que está sufriendo todos los bosques tropicales de Sudamérica, incluyendo desde Panamá hasta Bolivia, Brasil, Colombia y Perú. Es para nosotros una triste noticia de su partida, y esperamos pues que su ejemplo, su naturaleza de trabajo, su constancia, su alegría, nos transmita a nosotros siempre el trabajo en defensa de nuestra gente. En el Perú tenemos más de 40 lenguas indígenas, de las cuales cada año estamos viendo desaparecer. La mayoría son quechua, que deben haber unos 5 millones de quechua hablantes, y luego también aymaras en la zona del sur, que todavía estamos batallando por conservar estos idiomas y preservarlo. Hay mucha gente muchos estudiosos en la Universidad Mayor de San Marcos, en el cual trabajo, que están defendiendo y luchando por preservar esta cultura de las lenguas que representan una contribución a todo Sudamérica. Estebancio era especialista en bosques. Siempre me hablaba acerca de esta realidad. Estebancio era muy contento siempre, muy alegre en todos sus campos de trabajo, y siempre trabajábamos juntos. Tuve la oportunidad de tenerlo junto con su familia en nuestra casa en Rye, en la parte sur de Nueva York, y también él trabajaba mucho por hacer trabajos, videos junto con su señora para divulgar todos los problemas que tenemos nosotros en nuestra realidad. Estebancio, hacemos un tributo a ti en recuerdo de todos tus trabajos, de todas tus inquietudes por defender a los pueblos indígenas, no solamente del Perú, ni de Centroamérica, ni de Norteamérica, sino de todo el mundo, porque ellos, los pueblos indígenas, es parte de la realidad, de la cultura, de la preservación. Quizás si todo hubiera sido bajo las características sociales de las culturas indígenas, no hubiera habido este problema del cambio climático, ni de la deforestación, ni los cambios tan violentos de guerras, etc. Pero lamentablemente la historia nos indicó otro camino. Quiero pues darte el tributo de todos los indígenas, de todas las instituciones y del Perú, por tu trabajo que has hecho con respecto a los bosques tropicales y a los pueblos indígenas de América. Muchas gracias.
Sorry, Thomas, you ready?
Thank you, Casale, for hosting this, and let me express my deepest condolences for Pila and Estebancio's family and Kuna people from my personal capacity, but I believe that the whole Sápmi is joining my message, expressing our condolences for on the loss of Estebancio. I think that many peoples might not always see and feel and know how is the work in the United Nations framework done, and I think that to share a couple of my experiences that have been piling up on the last 15 years is the way to show something of the uniqueness of Estebancio. I think that I was able to get to know Estebancio more thoroughly in the beginnings of the World Conference process on Indigenous Peoples. Estebancio was one of the members of the Indigenous Coordinated Effort. We call it GGG at that time, and where I was also a member, and I fully agree what people have been saying, that Estebancio's openness and humor has always been those appealing sides from Estebancio that has given a lot of confidence to others also. There are a lot of experiences where I could try to share a couple of those. I think one of the Estebancio's really strong sides was also his strategical knowledge. There are a lot of indigenous peoples participating in different ways in the United Framework, but Estebancio was those ones that that also contributed a lot to the strategical thinking, what could be done and how it should be done and how we can reach out results. He was magnificent negotiator, diplomatic, as many of others have been already saying. Some of well, we used to always hang around in all on different UN processes, even quite late after the meetings on thinking about strategies, thinking about how we can move the room. There were a lot of others. And we were, I think there was a small a group of having Ghazali, Pinota, Estebancio, O'Neill, a lot of others that have like to gather every evening when we have been in different places of the world working together, and it was always a pleasure to sit down with him and with the others to discuss what we should do. He was really a hard worker, a magnificent hard worker. Even the late in the late hours of the evenings, he still never kind of got frustrated on talking about work and talking about that, because that was his passion, and I think that the indigenous movement has lost a big contributor to our work. Of course, there are new generations upcoming, but I think that there is currently a challenge, especially from the South American region, to get likes of Estebancio. We've been working the latest years now with the enhanced participation process. As Kenneth told, we Global Movement of Indigenous Peoples nominated, or we're going to nominate him as a advisor for the PGA, and as Kenneth also told, he was, with the knowledge that we have, going to be nominated, and that is one of those biggest responsibilities that you can get. And he never kind of tried to go for that kind of positions. He worked in the movement and kind of gained and got that kind of support doing the work, doing a lot of work hours. He was also nominated by the indigenous movements to chair a Human Rights Council session on the enhanced participation process in Geneva, and he was looking forward to that. I've especially worked in of course in New York, but also in Geneva with Estebancio on the hard stuff, the human rights stuff, and he always was so positive that, even though there have been big walls in front of us, he always kind of kept the spirit in the groups that we can overthrow the challenges. But also he was a good spirit builder between different peoples. There's no secrets that there are different kind of approaches and ideas in the indigenous movements, but Estebancio was one of those that has been always capable of speaking with everybody. So I'm going to miss a lot Estebancio, one of the co-founders of the Lead Club, a lot of those fun stuff that we have been doing together outside of the meetings. So he's going to be missed.
And then again, I do it without unmuting myself. I apologize for this. Thanks so much, Thomas. If it's okay with you, Gustavo, I'll let Olo go first, because I understood that Pila is with him right now, Estebancio's son, which they both would like to say something in this conversation as well.
Hola, ¿qué tal, mi gente? Buenas tardes a todos. Gracias, Gazali, por hacer esto posible. Estaba con Pila. Ahorita el hijo de Estebancio se fue a hacer unas compras que se están necesitando. Y para mí hablar de Estebancio es escuchar el nombre de él en mi comunidad, que un primo mío estaba afuera en el extranjero, aprendiendo con otros hermanos indígenas de otros pueblos para poder defender los territorios indígenas. En 2008, cuando él fue anunciado para ser secretario de Alianza Internacional de Pueblos y de los Pueblos Indígenas y Tribales, fui parte de ese proceso aquí en Panamá. Gracias a él me involucré mucho en esto de el tema de los derechos de los pueblos indígenas, el cambio climático, de involucrar a la juventud en todos estos procesos, porque se veía esa necesidad de transmitir esas luchas a otros jóvenes, ¿no? Y el día de ayer fue un shock total para toda la familia, principalmente la familia Castro, que son muchos. Y esa lamentable noticia para mí también fue mucho al ver las fotografías de los trabajos que habíamos hecho. Y hoy también, ¿no? De estar con Pila, con Mayra, mis primas, la mamá, todo eso. Y ver pues toda la familia juntos después de más de un año, después del COVID. Y ver pues esta hermandad que siempre hay en todo momento. Y me quedo siempre con esa enseñanza que él me daba, ¿no? De que no importaba que donde uno estés, lo que más importaba era de defender si veías algo injusto en nuestros territorios indígenas. Y en la diplomacia que él tenía para conversar con los estados, de hacer entender, y no solamente a nosotros, sino a todos los pueblos y también a los estados, a los ministros, el lenguaje que se usa para defender los pueblos indígenas. Gazali, muchas gracias por subir el último live que él tuvo. Estando en el carro, puse ese live, why, que decía que por qué jamás no se debe hacer cosas. Y estaba su hijo a mi lado. Y no pensé que iba a llegar tanto ese video a él y a su hermano. Y entonces uno comienza a comprender, ¿no? Que el trabajo que deja, el legado que deja en ti, Gazali, en muchos hermanos indígenas de otros pueblos, y todos están, mira cómo estamos hoy en día, hablando de él, de su trabajo. ¿Ya? Así que muchas gracias, Gazali, por compartir y dar ese espacio a todos nosotros que en vida estuvimos muy de cerca compartiendo con él. Y estoy seguro que aquí en Panamá hay mucha gente que le gustaría salir también en vivo. Muchas amistades que han hecho, que han tejido esos lazos con Estebancio. Así que muchas gracias, Gazali, por todo. Si Pila viene en algunos minutos, voy a preguntar si va live o no. Muchas gracias.
No, thank you so much, Olo. And if Pila comes back, we'll obviously bring you back into the conversation. I think everyone would be okay with that. Now I'd like to turn the floor to Gustavo. Please, Gustavo.
Casi muy buenas tardes, muy buenas tardes a toda la audiencia. Bueno, en primer lugar, agradecerles por invitarme a este espacio, este evento tan solemne, en donde se nos permite pues expresar nuestras condolencias y nuestro dolor por la tristísima, diría yo, partida de nuestro amigo, maestro, colega, hermano Estebancio. Como mexicano yo quisiera pues expresar el dolor que sentimos los que lo conocimos en este país, y pues dejar sentado el testimonio de que pues Estebancio, donde pasó, dejó siempre un gran recuerdo. Así como lo han comentado todos y todas, Estebancio pues siempre nos regaló sus conocimientos, su sabiduría, su presteza, su sonrisa. Yo tuve la oportunidad de dialogar con él, de compartir con él en muchas ocasiones, en varios foros. Creo que en Ginebra debió haber sido el primer lugar donde nos encontramos, pero en fin, Estebancio siempre era un personaje pues muy importante de todas las reuniones y siempre nos gratificó con su presencia. Solo para comentar que hace un par de días estaba yo en una reunión sobre conocimientos tradicionales en México, y desde luego el nombre de Estebancio surgió. Lo tuvimos que mencionar porque pues él era un referente muy importante para todos esos temas, ¿no? Lo recuerdo desde luego en las reuniones con la OMPI. Y ayer también un amigo común de Estebancio, que fue el que me notificó que ustedes lo conocen, es el hermano Adelfo Regino. Yo le comentaba que guardo bueno, aparte de todos los recuerdos espirituales, de manera muy particular guardo un regalo que me hizo Estebancio en Ginebra, en la OMPI, que fue una corbata maorí. Me la llevó, me llenó mucho de sorpresa, y desde entonces le tengo un gran cariño a sus diseños, lo platicamos muchísimo, y bueno, es una de las piezas que yo conservo por el entrañable recuerdo que tengo de Estebancio. No me extiendo más, yo le mando un abrazo muy caluroso, muy sentido, muy sincero a toda su familia, a todos sus amigos, a sus amigas. Sabemos que estamos en un momento muy difícil, no hay palabras pues para describir lo que sentimos, y pues básicamente eso es lo que yo quería expresar. Les agradezco mucho que me hayan permitido participar y expresar mis sentimientos por Estebancio, que pues nada más se nos adelantó, como decimos, ¿no? Y donde esté Estebancio, pues también le hacemos llegar un fuerte abrazo. Yo creo que pues en algún momento nos volveremos a encontrar de otra manera. Muchas gracias por el espacio. Y un saludo para todas y todos. Gracias, Gasali. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Gustavo. Thank you so much for joining. I will go quickly back to Olo because Pila would like to say hi. Pila is Estebancio's son.
Hello to everybody. My name is Pila. Just want to say thank you to everybody here for all the words, all the message for my dad. Just want to say thank you. Very happy to be his son. I'm very proud to be his son. In this difficult day, feeling very sad losing my friend, and just thank you to all of you, all the words and all the message you guys said. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you so much. And Pila, if you can hear this, whatever you need, just let us know, and we'll help you out with that. And from my end as well, we already spoke. My condolences. So after this, I go back to Hokabed and Hoki. Please unmute yourself.
Hola a todas y todos, buenas tardes. Me gustaría compartir quizás una pequeña anécdota sobre nuestro hermano Estebancio. Pues la primera vez que participé en la COP 25 fue porque pues trabajo con comunidades indígenas en Abya Yala, y parte de la lucha de nuestro trabajo también tiene que ver con las realidades de la crisis climática, de cómo afecta a las comunidades indígenas. Y me reuní con Estebancio y él amablemente sacó el tiempo y la oportunidad para que tomáramos un café y habláramos un poco sobre su experiencia, sobre su conocimiento, sobre su sabiduría, sobre el trabajo que había estado haciendo por años a nivel internacional con los pueblos indígenas, el tema de la diplomacia y el tema de derechos de los pueblos indígenas. Y me acuerdo que Estebancio sacó ese tiempo para explicarme los procesos y también decirme cómo se necesitaba más gente joven en el camino, y su claridad para poder tener una visión amplia acerca de las realidades de los pueblos indígenas a nivel mundial, pero también conocer la realidad del pueblo Kuna en Panamá. Y me motivó mucho a que pudiera participar, a que pudiera continuar, a que pudiera preguntarle a otras personas y aprender. Y algo que me dijo él fue que pues dentro de la familia Kunadule estamos para apoyarnos, para aprender, pero también para intercambiar las experiencias y los conocimientos, y que eso parte de nuestra identidad como pueblo Kuna. Entonces, pues a partir de eso, él me ayudó también a que pudiera contactarme con Onel Mazardule y hablar con él y ver la oportunidad de participar en la COP 25, y esto me llevó a mí también a conocer a Gazali, a Tomo, a otros más, a Carlson, que ahora, y Ini, bueno, a Ini lo conozco de hace años y ahora también, pero ser parte de How to Indigenous Now. Y yo creo que aunque lo poco o lo mucho que sembramos sigue repercutiendo como un buen árbol. Entonces recuerdo a Estebancio con alegría, pero también con la seguridad de seguir luchando. Y cuando estaba en Madrid en la COP 25, entonces conversamos un rato, y también él y Onel Mazardule me animaron a participar en varias conversaciones, en participar en el tema de las mujeres. Y bueno, yo creo que es todo un legado que deja no solamente para la familia más cercana, sino a la familia Kunadule más amplia, y también a los y las hermanas a nivel internacional. Entonces siempre agradecía con él, todavía había varias conversaciones pendientes, y bueno, de seguro aquellos que todavía, dependiendo del tiempo que nos quede, aquí en la tierra podemos seguir aportando. Yo quiero agradecer también a los y las hermanas conaduras que ven este live, porque sabemos que de una otra manera seguimos luchando por las realidades sociales, políticas y económicas de los pueblos indígenas, pero también reconociendo la resistencia de nuestras abuelas y abuelos. Entonces, esta cadena de gratuidad, pero esta cadena también de reciprocidad, es parte de nuestra filosofía, es decir, del corazón del ser Kunadule, el ser generosos y compartir también las oportunidades. Y pues a su familia más cercana, pues agradecer también, y pues quería contar esta historia porque a la final creo que nos permite crecer y también saber de cómo uno puede contribuir con algo a otras personas, y eso puede repercutir también en bondades para mucha gente. Entonces yo creo que es un árbol que da muchos frutos y que todavía los frutos seguirán dando, y como creemos en el pueblo Kuna, será es cultivada en la tierra. Venimos de ella, hacemos nuestra primera ceremonia del primer árbol y luego seguimos cultivando y somos alimentados por la madre tierra, pero también somos cultivados en ella al morir y pasar por los ríos sagrados. Entonces, reconociendo en esta espiritualidad del pueblo Kuna la esperanza de este encuentro. Y bueno, muchas gracias. Thank you so much, all brothers and sisters from around the world. Thank you for your words about Estebancio. He was a brother. He introduced me to be part of the indigenous movement world. And then my first time I went to Madrid is because he and Onel Masardou, they give me the opportunity to went to the Madrid, and then I am very happy with them. But I know that opportunity is not only to go to one place, is because we continue fighting about indigenous rights, and very happy to meet with Estebancio, and this is our brother from Kuna people, and we are remember in our meeting. We continue to remember their memories in our continue life, and then I hope we are continue to be united because we are brother and sister around the world, and we still feel together, and then we can have other opportunity to continue have their legacy in our diplomacy for indigenous human rights. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much, Ghazali. Muchas gracias, Docus Noedi. Gracias.
Gracias, Hoki. Ini, you're up.
Hola, hola. Hola, ¿cómo están? Voy a intentar hacer esto en Spanglish. Sé que hay muchos hermanos viéndonos, veo en el estudio esperando una fila larga. Veo a Frank, saludos Frank, está en el backstage. Bueno, es complicado para todos, pero lo más importante, creo que estoy lejos de la ciudad, de la capital, donde mañana la familia tiene el funeral, pero intentaré estar a tiempo de estar allí con ellos, y estoy en un lugar que se llama Bocas del Toro. Hoy casualmente estaba en la comarca Naso Terdi. Es el último territorio en ser reconocido legalmente en Panamá, y yo estoy en una nueva posición dentro del Ministerio de Ambiente como jefe de la Oficina de Ambiente de los Pueblos Indígenas. Y la última vez, o el último contacto de Estebancio fue escribiéndome en mi perfil de WhatsApp, deseándome lo mejor en este nuevo reto y grande. Y lo que yo quería decir es que supe de Estebancio, de su trabajo toda mi vida, pero no fue hasta Madrid en la COP25 que lo vi en acción, que lo vi en las negociaciones, y no pude estar más orgulloso de él, de lo que estoy hoy, y porque muchos conocemos la faceta de Estebancio alegre, relajoso, siempre está haciendo relajo, riéndose. Y hoy, al estar en la comarca Naso, estaba un joven hablando de los de grandes eventos internacionales, de grandes foros internacionales donde existe la lucha de los pueblos indígenas, de los convenios en que los derechos de los pueblos indígenas son reconocidos y que el pueblo tiene el derecho. Y estaba sentado allí pensando en mi primo, en mi IA, como lo llamaba. Wow, esas luchas que hacen las personas que van fuera de su país, que dejan a su familia por algunas veces por semanas, hoy verlo en el territorio que un joven mencione, y él jamás va a saber quizás que hubo un Estebancio luchando por esos derechos para ser reconocidos y que los estados puedan reconocer y comprender que la cosmovisión de los pueblos, la manera de gobernar, no es igual al de ellos. Y eso fue algo muy importante y interesante hoy. So I would like to tell to everyone, to all my cousin friends, I was telling in Spanish that I knew about his job all my life, but it was not until the COP25 when I was in Madrid, when I saw him in action. I wouldn't be much proud when I saw him in action. I introduced him to the Ministry of Environment of Panama, telling like, this is my cousin. I was so proud, And today I was telling that I was in one of the territories, Comarca Naso Terdi, and one of the young men participating was using like the international forums, the indigenous rights about climate change. Wow, I was thinking on Estebancio, all the work that you guys have been doing in international level, that the states could recognize our rights, and we have rights, and we have the way that we make decisions in a traditional way and everything. So today I was just thinking, this young man, he never gonna meet Estebancio, but what Estebancio have done, he's applying his territory. So what you guys having doing is amazing, and all the tools that we can use it, in favor of the indigenous rights, and it's actually huge. So I know that my family is watching us. Mis primas sé que están viendo, Nixia, Oma y Pila en el carro. Deja un legado muy grande, un camino para otros jóvenes como Casali, Carson y muchos otros más que lo conocieron en estos eventos importantes. So it's incredible that we having this, talking about his life, but thanks of our mother and father, that I know that he's gonna meet his father and his uncle, with my great grandparents. So it's a fiesta there, the next war. So Estebancio, we will meet again, and we will be drinking some wine or beer the next war. So primo, un buen viaje y un buen encuentro con los abuelos y con tu papá. Thank you, Ghazali, for this special space, and this is also a moment that other people could understand what he has been, like he was doing it, and it's amazing, So thank you to everyone. Thank you, Ghazali.
No, thank you so much, Ini. I have Frank, and after that, our mom Mackenzie. Hi, Frank.
I had to remember to unmute myself. It's good to see people's faces and to hear all this discussion about our brother Estebancio. I had known him for a number of years now in working in the climate change work. I'm from the Great Lakes area of North America, and from the Anishinaabe people, and I really appreciate the way Estebancio carried himself, the way he was. He had a twinkle in his eye, even if he was chewing you out. He had a twinkle in his eye. He was always, to me, I learned a lot from him, and I feel that we all have a great debt to him. I don't have an awful lot that I can say in terms of the experiences we had. We had so many in terms of working in the meetings, because all the different places around in Germany and in Paris and all the other places we've been for the COPs, for the climate change work. And so I wanted to honor him. And to do so, I want to sing a short song. And this song goes through 4 times, one for each direction, for all the people that are on this call and sharing your thoughts with me on this. And the words of the song is, my brother, we will not leave you, my brother, because we know that Estebancio will be in our hearts and minds wherever we go, and as we continue doing all of our work. So, ni kane, kawin wika kiradin misno, kobagi ian anukian, wea hey. Ni kane, kawin wika kiradin misno, kobagi ian anukian, wea hey. Ni kane, kawin wika kiradin misno, kobagi ian anukian, wea hey. Ni kane, kawin wika kiradin misno, kobagi ian anukian, wea hey. Oh, miigwech. Travel well, my brother. I hope that you're enjoying meeting again all of your relatives, and that we'll all see you again. Oh, miigwech.
Miigwech, Frank, thank you so much. I have Armand and then Alberto.
Nijawantawat, Namastulandene, Ude and Skatiap, Inchiziwa Inak to Giovanno Estebancio Castro. So this is some greetings in my indigenous language, the Innu. I'll speak first in French, since it's my second language, and I'll try to speak some Spanish and English for our friend Estebancio. When I heard the news yesterday from Monel, I was shocked, and it brought me all the years that we spent together, traveling together, and then meeting in different gatherings to defend, to advocate for our brother, for our peoples. For our people. And remember the first time I met him, I met Estebancio in the UN Human Rights Unit in Palais des Nations in Geneva. Always this smile. I think we all mentioned about his smile, his wit, and then his capacity to make us laugh all the time. Et puis voilà, donc pour moi, quand je me rappelle d'Estebancio, je pense à Genève et puis à tous les endroits où nous avons été ensemble pour combattre, pour être avec nos peuples, pour lutter pour l'avancement de nos droits comme peuple autochtone. And so I was always like, we were basically sitting together in many meetings, whether at the OAS, in the United Nations, for the Working Group on Indigenous Peoples, or the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the Foro Permanente de Grupo de Trabajo con los pueblos, sobre los pueblos indígenas, and ante la Organización de los Estados Americanos. So whenever he was seeing me coming in the meeting room, in one of the Indigenous Caucus rooms, he would greet me and say, Armando, hermano de Quebec, ¿cómo estás, hermano, compañero de la lucha? And then he would say something heartfelt, el jefe de corazones. So he would always say that to me, along with Hector Huertas or Onel. And then he was like, he would make me laugh. And, these, in our meetings with respect to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, sometimes there was tension, there was like couple of times, between the groups, the regional groups, the North American, the South American, Latin American group, we would have some tension. And then I would look at him, I would look to Estebancio and I would say to him, I'll say something to so that people calm down, so that people feel better. And I would say something like, compañeros de la lucha, tengo una propuesta por la conclava. Creo que, sin embargo, and then the people would laugh, and then he would laugh, and then that would help people to go on in the meeting. So to me, I think that, first of all, I would like to convey my condolences to his son and then his family. And I think all of us will have a very good memory about our brother Estebancio, and that he will give. I think he managed to convey this willingness to strive for more for our indigenous peoples, for our nations and peoples, and then I think he will leave an indelible mark on our struggles as indigenous peoples and as advocates and diplomats. You see, as you can hear, English is my fourth language, so it's a third language. I'm sorry, and then it's hard sometimes to express the correct words. But in the diplomacy, I think he would have given us a lesson to go ahead and be patient, and then pursue our dreams, strive for our dreams, for our peoples, and make it a better place. I think his presence on Earth, what he made of all of us with our peoples, a better place, because through his work, whether in Geneva, New York, Washington, Guatemala, Poland, all through the mechanisms, whether it's the OMP, WIPO, CBD in Montreal. I remember him. We went a number of times in Montreal, and I think that he did a wonderful job, and then he achieved a lot for our peoples, because that's what we need. We need key people, diplomats, that have the sense of diplomacy to advance our human rights as indigenous peoples throughout all these international forums, international agencies, because we need to make sure that our rights are protected within the different states where we are living in. So, muchas gracias, hermano. Estebancio, vaya con Dios. I love you, man. I love you. You're great. We will miss you. We shall miss you. Thank you. Muchas gracias, estimados hermanas. Bye-bye.
Merci beaucoup pour votre travail et votre mot. C'est très spécial pour nous. Et, thank you so much, Armand. And I would like to now give the floor to Alberto, and followed by Auntie Aroha.
Well, hello, everyone. I guess I'm live. Yes, at first, thank you, Ghazali, for arranging this. Everyone's talked about Estebancio's smile and his love of life, really. So I know there's a lot of people that want to remember Estebancio, and I don't want to take up too much time. But I knew Estebancio back in the 90s, before a lot of people on this call were born. He was a member of the Kuna youth movement, and it was through Puxu Igualaqueña that Puxu was a representative of the Kuna youth movement on the International Indian Treaty Council board, and so that's the way I was introduced to the Kuna youth movement. Estebancio was active, and he got a scholarship that we promoted with a fellowship at the UN, where he learned a great deal about international work and made some contacts. Estebancio was a very political guy. He knew his politics. He knew the importance of making contacts, of relationships, and he learned a lot in Geneva with the then Commission on Human Rights that served him well, really, in his career in international work. I think they say that a true revolutionary is one that values his past. I think Ini had talked about the cosmovision of the Kuna peoples and the politics of the Kuna peoples too. It's his. I've visited the stupu several times. Estebancio's home. I got to know a little bit about the Kuna culture, about their cosmovision, and the genius of Nele Cantule, about his real determination for self-determination and the reliance on traditions. Like the Kunas have a rule, I think it's still a rule, that if you leave the comarca, you have to come back for 2 weeks every year or pay a tax. And that really is to preserve the culture, preserve the cosmovision, preserve the contact. And Estebancio went back a lot, and it wasn't to avoid the tax, but I think it was because of his love for his community, his love for the culture, the Kuna culture. And that was always representative of the forums that we worked in. I mean, when he started working for Treaty Council, the first thing he did was his first project was the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Then there was I'm sorry, there's somebody at the door. It was but we worked a great deal, and then with Juan Leon, we worked the mandate for the working group for the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. So I got to know him through his work, and his work was really wonderful. And we didn't work a whole lot after I left Treaty Council back in 2010, but I started working with him again at the COPS, and he hadn't changed. He hadn't changed. Thank you very much, Ghazali. I really appreciate your helping us out with this. My condolences to the family of my friend Estebancio.
Yeah, and Alberto, if you want to come back at some point because there's somebody knocking at your door, please feel free to come back. I don't want you to feel rushed at all. But thank you so much, Alberto. Auntie Aroha, and then I have Atencio.
Kia ora koutou. Well, it's a very sad time to be here. It's lovely, though, to see all your faces. My name is Aroha Mead. I'm from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And I want to first give my condolences to Estebancio's son, his family, to all my friends and colleagues from Kuna Yala. So 2021 is turning out to be a very sad year. We've lost a number of amazing Indigenous, I call them warrior diplomats, because they have these two elements, not just the diplomacy, but the ability to fight and retain the strength to do that in often extremely difficult and disempowering processes. I met Estebancio just after he had completed his UN fellowship, and also got to spend a bit of time with him when he lived here in Aotearoa with a fellow alumni from the fellowship, Tracy Whare. And over the years, I kept in touch. Estebancio was one of those silent networks, contacts that I had, where I'd be following one of the international processes online or through social media, and I didn't understand what was happening, and I could contact him and just say, hey, what's going on over there? And he'd give me the lowdown, which I really appreciated. But I wanted to say particularly, I think what Kenneth Deere commented on really resonated with my own experience of Estebancio. That he was a very respectful person, and that stands out. A lot of people who work in this arena they can take the warrior side a bit too far. I put myself in that category and kind of lose that ability to always be able to show respect. But in all the years that I've seen Estebancio work, he never did. He never lost that ability to be respectful of others and to always keep the efforts and the wisdom of others close to him. So that's all I wanted to say. I just, it's really sad when I guess I'm moving into the elder category now, to see those younger than us, who have such huge potential to continue to do amazing things. But our loss is the ancestors' gain. So love you very much, Estebancio. And to your son, you have every reason to be proud of your father. He was a wonderful, wonderful human being. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you so much. I have Atencio. Adelante, por favor.
Thank you, Casale. Buenas noches, todos. Gracias, Kenneth, Aroja, todo lo que me han antecedido. En primer lugar, quiero hablar y traer las gratitudes a nombre de la familia de Estebancio. Me han dicho que les llegara a decir lo gran contento que están de que este hombre sea reconocido a nivel mundial. Y a nivel personal, aquí estoy en un bar llamado Cantulito, porque Estebancio era estirpe de un cantule, forjador de la revolución Kuna. Y están los amigos, compañeros, todo lo que hemos acompañado a Estebancio, que ha estado con nosotros. Triste, festejando además de haber tenido un gran hombre entre nosotros. Para los que no lo conocen, o lo conocen muy poco, Estebancio fue una persona que estudió en las universidades de Panamá y de Victoria, de Wellington, en Aotearoa, Nueva Zelanda. Él tiene un título en Derecho Comercial y Comercio Internacional. Desde muy joven, siendo deportista y estudiante universitario, fue miembro del movimiento de la juventud Kuna, desde donde empieza su largo penigrar en el movimiento indígena nacional e internacional. Cuando el grupo de trabajo sobre los pueblos indígenas con sede en Ginebra comienza a conceder becas a jóvenes indígenas para hacer las pasantías en Ginebra, fue uno de nuestros primeros candidatos y lo postulamos. A comienzos de los años 90. Comienza su andar por los pasillos de las Naciones Unidas y otros foros internacionales. Fui uno de sus días al comienzo. Y terminó siendo nuestro representante en Ginebra, Nueva York, y otras partes del mundo. Apenas comenzaban las negociaciones para crear foros o temáticas indígenas o la elaboración de la misma Declaración Universal sobre los Derechos de los Pueblos Indígenas. Eso fue a los comienzos de los años 90. Surgían temas nuevos donde antes no había o poca participación indígena. Estebancio nunca fue un obstáculo para los dirigentes, grandes dirigentes indígenas de ese momento. Él fue un asistente, aprendió para ser maestro. Su pasantía fue tan efectiva que comenzó como traductor y asistente, me acuerdo, en el convenio sobre la diversidad biológica y otros congresos y convenciones que trataban sobre los derechos de los pueblos indígenas. Voló tan alto que con su preparación y sagacidad fue nuestro negociador en las convenciones sobre el cambio climático y otros. Y no solo como representante Kuna, sino como delegado de varias organizaciones de Aviala, de la Amazonía sobre todo. Como persona, más que un compañero de lucha, amigo y hermano, nuestras andanzas por el mundo, llevando a cuestas la lucha indígena, nos hizo tener hermanos y amigos en todos los continentes. La Madre Tierra te acoge en tus senos hoy. Eres una estrella más en el firmamento. Más que llorar tu partida, aplaudimos tu trabajo y frutos. Gracias por haber compartido con nosotros tus enseñanzas. Siempre estarás presente. Regambi, aquí está conmigo Yami, que igual me ha acompañado en la City y en frentes. Thank you.
Gracias, Atencio. Ini, you want to take over for this one?
Sí, bueno, a todos también tenemos a la familia, Olo, que me está escuchando. Sí, así que mis primas, si quieren dedicar algunas palabras a todos los que nos están viendo. Olo, el micrófono.
Na English katjes pero yo de tali ma mi wen ai wen ma sikama di ami ma chikuega na ni bi ni chatu English yo do la yang buat ai do bang ko i am ni ma katu ma ni Barban pina usali ma di ni barban na Gracias, que vaya
Le doy las gracias a todos por haber hecho esta biografía de mi hermano. agradecida con cada una de las personas que conoció mi hermano. Tengo muchas anécdotas de él, muchas cosas que me contaba cuando llegaba de viaje, las cosas que convivió. Feliz porque sé que culminó haciendo lo que tanto le gustaba. Como dice mi mamá, fue difícil para nosotros cuando era joven, que viajó. No queríamos aceptar su viaje, pero lo logró, lo hizo. Me duele, pero sé que fue junto a mi padre. Le doy las gracias a todos. Les doy la palabra a mi hermano.
Hola, yo soy la que le sigo a mi hermano Estebancio. Me duele mucho porque en sí mi niñez, mi juventud lo pasé con él. Cuando él una vez me dijo, hermana, yo voy a viajar a México, ven a despedirte de mí a la casa de papá, de mis padres. Yo le dije sí, y yo no cumplí la hora porque no quería despedirme de él, porque me dolía mucho que él se fuera a otros países. Pero después nos fuimos acostumbrando y yo me siento tan orgullosa de mi hermano. Gracias a todos aquellos que hablaron. Agradezco. Don Nuet, que quiere decir en mi idioma, muchas gracias. Tokus Temar, I'm Susnuk Oganonananay. Tokus, muchas gracias por eso, por lo que están haciendo, por esta biografía. Sé que mi hermano descansa en paz, hizo el trabajo. Hoy descansa junto con mis padres, junto con mis abuelos y va para los ríos sagrados. Y yo me siento orgullosa de él. Gracias. Fulo habla. Bueno, yo voy a presentar a mi familia.
Ajá.
Mi nieta, mi hija, mi otra hija, mi sobrina, mi hermano de crianza, primo hermano, mi hijo. Bueno, no somos muchos, pero nuestro corazón es inmenso. Gracias por todo. El hijo, ¿qué va a decir?
Just want to say thank you again to everybody from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for all the words, all the condolences, all the messages that you guys sent to my family. I'm so proud of my dad. He did. I know that he left us very happy. So thank you for Casali for doing this for him and all of you to speak. I'm going to speak for my dad. Thank you so much. My name is Pila Castro and his son. And this is my family. This is my aunt Omaira Castro. This is my grandmother Altagracia Diaz. My aunt Nixia Castro. My uncle Eric Shari. And all of this is my cousins, Analeika, Stacy, Arejai's daughter, Salom, and my cousin Daniel. It's our family, and all of us say thank you for all of you. Thank you so much, also from the bottom of my heart.
Bueno, un abrazo grande a la familia donde están y la verdad, un fuerte abrazo. Espero estar mañana con ustedes. Ghazali, yeah, at the beginning, his mother just was talking about his first trip. So, imagine it's quite complicated over here. The family, Kuna's family led a beloved one to go away to abroad, I mean, and so they were talking about that, how he followed his dreams, he accomplished his dreams, and so they are really proud of him. really happy to see all his friends that knowing that a lot of people love him. So I'm glad that the family is watching you all of you guys. And we go back with Atencio a Yami. Yami, vamos con ustedes, Atencio de nuevo. Adelante, Yami. ¿Algo? Atención. Yami. Acá, ¿no? Yami, adelante.
Okay. Ok, buenas noches a todos. Para mí un dolor bien grande. Miren, a todos. No. Este va a ser para mí un ser muy especial. Cuando yo empecé este trabajo internacional, junto con Atencio, Marcial y Atencio estuvieron junto conmigo. Fueron muchas enseñanzas que pasé. Es un dolor bien grande para mí, igual para todo a nivel internacional. Perder a una persona tan especial, porque a Estebancio yo lo conocí dentro del movimiento de la juventud Kuna. Yo solo tenía 17 años. Y él me metió saber sobre mi identidad, sobre el trabajo que teníamos que hacer durante todo este tiempo de globalización que estábamos sufriendo a nivel íntegro, o sea, dentro de nuestro tiempo. Porque nuestra juventud estaba perdiendo lo que era la identidad. Y por muchos jóvenes, pero Estebancio hizo mucho dentro de mí. Yo era una de ellas que intenté saber quién era yo o qué soy yo. Y entre varias personas dentro del movimiento de la juventud Kuna, donde Estebancio Castro inició y se hizo y junto UISU, pero dentro del Consejo Internacional de Tratados Indios, me fortalecieron, me enseñaron cómo luchar, cómo hacer, cómo enfrentar a esa globalización, a esas naciones que nos tenían a nosotros como personas indefensas. Y me dijeron, me hicieron luchar, me hicieron hablar y decir, como pueblo Kuna nosotros podemos hablar a nivel nacional e internacional. Y lo hicieron. Y de ahí empecé. Yo prácticamente no hice nada. Una generación de Pulso, Atencio, que aquí al lado está, al lado mío, que oyeron en el trabajo a nivel internacional, lucharon ante las Naciones Unidas junto con Estebancio y siguieron esa secuencia. Y yo aprendí. No soy abogada, no soy arquitecta, no soy ingeniera, no soy nada, pero soy un representante del pueblo indígena. Pero puedo decir actualmente que a nivel nacional puedo valer el respeto de todo pueblo indígena. No seré reconocida a nivel internacional, pero aquí en tierra, desde siembra, como semilla, puedo empezar. Estebancio, tú hiciste mucho por mí. Mucho. Y yo te lo agradezco. Con tu ejemplo, a nivel del foro permanente, de las Naciones Unidas, a nivel internacional, te hiciste conocer. No hablo inglés, hablo Kuna poco, hablo el español. Si me escucharán o no me escucharán, pero la voz se escucha donde se tiene que escuchar. En el foro se escucha. Pero Estebancio lo hizo, ¿saben qué? Porque él hizo el espacio. Atención, hizo el espacio. Estebancio formó parte del movimiento de la juventud Kuna. Y el movimiento de la juventud Kuna fue fundado en 1972. Apenas estábamos naciendo. Pero el movimiento le hace un homenaje hoy también. Igual que todo permanente, todo a nivel internacional. Pero le hace homenaje porque él fue una persona de mucho conocimiento. Ustedes lo hicieron y él lo hizo a nosotros. Lo van a escuchar, al pueblo Kuna lo van a escuchar. Y le voy a hacer mención del comunicado del movimiento de la juventud Kuna donde él empezó. Comunicado del movimiento de juventud Kuna por la desaparición física de Estebancio Castro-Diaz. Con mucho pesar, con temación recibimos el día de ayer fatídica noticia de la desaparición física de nuestro hermano Pila Estebancio Castro-Diaz. Destacado militante, no solamente de nuestra defendiendo la lucha de los pueblos indígenas del continente y del mundo. Participó en foros internacionales y en las Naciones Unidas, en solidaridad con los movimientos sociales, campesinos, mujeres y pueblos indígenas. Por las Naciones Unidas, en este medio del Mejotacón, quiere expresar su abandono, pesar y de palabra pérdida en uno de nuestros guerreros. De los primeros años criminales de aquel 2 de marzo de 1972, el MJK ha sido una escuela para muchos jóvenes, una de diferentes generaciones, y hemos tenido un pleyade de compañeras y compañeros militantes del cual estamos muy orgullosos por haber compartido las diferentes trincheras de lucha y en el plano comunitario, comarcal, nacional, regional e internacional. La bandera de nuestros guías han sido y son de espíritu en los eternos jóvenes Urigan, guerreros de la generación de 1925, del cual, compañero Estebancio Castro-Diaz lleva con orgullo el nombre de uno de ellos, Felipe Esteban Castro, como digno y místico heredero del 25. Hermano, compañero, camarada, Estebancio Castro-Diaz, doble veces camarada. Como dirían nuestros abuelos, y eternos poetas. También los eternos poetas urbanos, el del achote emputado. Hoy no podemos ocultar la tristeza que nos embarga, ni evitar contener las lágrimas. Por tu prematura pérdida, seguiremos tu ejemplo en el trabajo y en la lucha, hoy más que nunca. Uno de nuestros principios ha sido siempre la solidaridad nacional e internacional, en apoyo de solemnemente la lucha de los pueblos indígenas, sino también de las organizaciones populares y de otros pueblos del mundo. El compañero Estebancio Castro-Diaz, desde sus inicios, se destacó de su trabajo en el campo nacional y muy pronto incursionó en el plano diplomático internacional, participando diferentemente en foros negociacionales, de convenios internacionales concernientes a los pueblos indígenas, con digo precedente de movimientos de juventud Kuna, además apoyando a las diferentes organizaciones indígenas en el mundo que requieran de su servicio. El MJK se siente orgulloso de su trabajo y el legado, semilla, el guacua, como le decimos nosotros las pumas. Somos que su fecunda siembra germine sobre la madre tierra y en nuestros corazones y se esparza en miles de semillas, como siempre. Aparte, la idea de haber compartido su amistad y que sea pedernal forjado de su frago en las canteras de nuestro orgulloso combatiendo mejor acá. Y su eterna militancia en ella. Dado en la ciudad de Panamá el 28 de abril de 2021, la Junta Directiva de acá, sus compañeros de Mentorship. Gracias.
Gracias, Yami, y gracias a todos los hermanos de MJK que nos están viendo. Y también recordar que hay gente que nos están viendo desde la comunidad de Stupu. There are a lot of people watching us from Stupu community, our community. So now I would like to pass to our sister India. So you have the floor.
Hello, thank you. Kia ora koutou, huria hou no ngā tikangunu ki hera taunga, ko India Miro Logan Riley ho. My name's India. My nation is from the east coast of the North Island of Aotearoa, New Zealand. And I met Estebancio about 6 years ago now at the climate talks, and that's where we had been spending our time together ever since was in that UN space. And I'm not really quite sure what to say. I'm not really sure what the right words are to share in this hard moment, this really sad moment. But I thought I'd share a few stories and memories about Estebancio, particularly who he was for us as young people in the work at the UN. Now, whenever we would bring young people into the UN climate negotiations, Estebancio was always one of those people where I would say, go talk to him, he'll look after you, he will be helpful, he's a very nice person. And so for many of us young Māori and Pacific people from Aotearoa, he was like an uncle to us. He always had a joke for us. He could always answer our questions. He'd always say hello to us whenever we saw him. And yeah, like everyone said, his kindness and his wit and his cheekiness. And he was also always very supportive of young people contributing to the work that we did. He always sat in the front row at the meeting rooms, and whenever an opportunity came, maybe a chance to give a speech to the UN or something, he would turn around in his chair and he kind of would just look at the young people, and we'd shake our heads and go, oh no, because we'd be too nervous or too afraid. And then he'd put his hand up and he'd say, I think one of the youth should do it. And he would just volunteer us into the work. And it was always very reassuring to have the belief of those who've been doing the work for such a long time and been doing such great work in the capacity of young people to contribute and to take up some of those opportunities that maybe we were too nervous to do so. So he was always one of our biggest supporters, one of our friendliest uncles. And he also, towards the end of the negotiations, would always wear his all black scarf. He brought it to every negotiations and he would put it on and he would point that out to us young Māori in the room, say, oh, I'm wearing the all black scarf, and he'd chat to us about rugby and talk about his times living here in Aotearoa in Wellington. And yeah, was always very willing to connect with us and even speak our language. He'd learned some of our language anyway, to say it to us, and that was always such a reassuring reminder of home whilst we're in these UN spaces where the work is so hard and it's so stressful. And but because it's so hard and so stressful, all of us who go become family very quickly. And Estebancio will always be a part of our family to many of us young Māori here. And he will always be remembered as one of us. He also always knew where the best places to get food were. So we always knew at the end of a long day, if we could find Estebancio, we could find the good food. And he, again, was always so welcoming and sharing and willing to have us come and spend time and share food together, and which is such a culturally significant thing for us. I said to Ghazali yesterday that I wasn't really sure I could do a climate talks without him, to go to another negotiation without him, because he was such a pillar of strength for those of us coming into the space, such an inspiration on how to do diplomacy and how to do the work in a way that always came from the heart, and always contributing value and conveying words that give value. But I know Estebancio would turn around in his chair and he'd give that cheeky smile and he'd say, no, you can do it. You can do this. You're smart enough to do this. And you can definitely keep going to the negotiations. And I'll be there cheering, even if it's not in person. So yeah, just from me, from my organization, from us young people who've had a chance to meet him, just the biggest love to Estebancio's family, to Estebancio's community, to the Kuna Nation, and yeah, I look forward to meeting those in Estebancio's family one day who I have not met yet, because through Estebancio, you're our family as well. Our door is always open to you in Aotearoa, and if you need anything, we're here to support and to do anything for you that you may need. Just feel free to ask, and we'll be there for you. And yeah, deepest, endless love to Estebancio and your work and your soul and you as a person. And thank you for gracing us with your presence. And your gifts, and yeah, just the biggest love to everyone. Thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you. Yeah, that's amazing, and I will try to explain a little bit in Spanish to all our Spanish followers. Sí, es importante lo que dijo la hermana India. Also, mixing our languages, sobre también de cómo Estebancio empuja más que nada a la juventud a tomar acción, de ir de frente en diferentes temas, en este caso en temas de cambio climático, y es muy recordado y sé que muchos nos están viendo los que hablan en español y la alegría, eso es típico de él, y sobre todo algo que Gazali estaba riéndose en el fondo, yo también, si vas con Estebancio vas a encontrar buenos restaurantes para comer, y eso es seguro, ¿no? I was telling that if you follow Estebancio, you would find a really nice restaurant or nice meals. Y son cosas que quedan de recuerdos.
It's not only a restaurant, it's also good bars as well.
That's true. Yes. Entonces, y a la familia, ¿no? A la familia que nos está viendo, a la familia, aquí están muchas personas que lo recuerdan alegremente y por todo lo que significa en sus vidas. Entonces, para que veas así una joven como India y otras personas más que Estebancio ha tenido un profundo huella de empujar en los temas de los derechos de los pueblos indígenas y el cambio climático en general. Así que un fuerte abrazo, India. Big hug, India. Y bueno, ahora vamos con la hermana. ¿Quién viene? Viene la hermana Stacy. You have the floor.
We were doing the same thing. Hello, everyone. I'm Stacy. I work for the Government of Canada in the Department of Crown Indigenous Relations, and I would see Estebancio often in New York and Geneva, doing incredible work on behalf of his people and all Indigenous peoples. As a representative of the Government of Canada, I want to particularly note his recent work on the temporary coordinating body and his efforts towards the enhanced participation of Indigenous peoples at the United Nations. We were very much looking forward to working in partnership with him on this incredibly important issue going forward. And we know how much his loss will be so deeply felt on this issue and on so many other issues in the years to come. Personally, I only had the pleasure of meeting Estebancio one time in person. So it has been incredible tonight to be hearing all of these stories of his spirit and to be getting to share this. But I did know of him long before I met him, and I have heard of him so many times since. I know that he will be remembered by his family and by his people and by his close friends. But I also know that it's a rare person who is celebrated by people who never had the opportunity to know him, like myself and like so many others, and whose work is inspired by the work that that person did. And I know that myself, as a representative of a state working at the United Nations, and so many others who are working for states at the United Nations, and so many Indigenous peoples are so inspired by the work that he did. That is clearly true by listening to so many of these stories tonight, and so many wonderful people that speak so highly of him, speaks to how wonderful he was. I just send my heartfelt condolences to everyone here, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
You're on mute, Ini. I had the same problem. Like I also did that a couple of times.
Yeah, this happened. We are live, so thank you, Stacy. Yes, we have a video, right?
Yes. As a quick reset of the room, reset of there's lots been said, a lot to talk about. People are talking a lot about Estebancio. So I just wanted to share a quick video of the life of Estebancio at the United Nations. A lot of you that have been contributing have been sending photos and as well as video clips. So I tried to combine that into a short video, so that we heard all these amazing stories from people and these experiences. That we also wanted to throw in a little bit of visual things that you could see how Estebancio was at the United Nations. So that's what we're going to show. People, the room has cleared out a little bit. So like, if you would like to share some thoughts, please hit that link. I know it can be cumbersome because we only have so many spaces in the back room. So please be patient. And we will let everyone in, obviously. And I'm not going anywhere. So I have nothing but time. So that you can share a message of love and or your memory of Estebancio with everyone, including his family, which you just now have seen. So we're going to do a quick video, and then we'll continue with the amazing conversations that, so not conversations, but like the stories that people have.
Esto es para todas las personas que han perdido un ser querido. Es una canción de fe, de esperanza y de fuerzas nuevas. No me digas adiós, sino hasta luego. Dios determinó que en el cielo estoy mejor. No me digas adiós, oh no, sino hasta luego. Tuve que partir a un lugar donde no voy.
¿Cuál es, digamos, cuál es el avance? O en inglés. Oh, sorry, in English. Okay, Estebancio, what is the progress based on the discussion on this one?
I think that we had a very good progress and very positive conversation relating to the composition of the facilitate working group on the platform. So the progress is that we almost had a consensus in maintaining 7 seats for Indigenous peoples, taking account the social economic regions that we already have, and also having 7 seats for the government. And the local communities, we have to wait because we don't know exactly when they're gonna develop their constituency or create their constituency. But I think that has been a very good progress.
This
is why. But you cannot do that in a presentation, because one thing is to read a book. Other thing, the author explain you the book. So if we are talking about our rights, our needs, our concerns, okay, they read it, our concern, but they don't understand why our communities have concern. Why the grassroots level we feel that way. Until we say, explain them or give an explanation to them with examples, this is why. But you cannot do that in a presentation or what you call essay paper or technical paper and stuff.
No me digas adiós, sino hasta luego. Dios determinó que en el cielo estoy mejor. No me digas adiós, sino hasta luego. Hay que partir a un lugar donde no voy a sufrir. No me digas digas adiós, sino hasta luego. No te preocupes más por mí, porque donde estoy, espero por ti. No me digas adiós, sino hasta luego. No tengas miedo de morir, no tengas miedo. Y aunque tenga que alejarme será por solo un momento, porque yo estaré esperándote en el cielo. No me digas adiós, sino hasta luego. No tengas miedo de morir, no tengas miedo. Y aunque tenga que alejarme será por solo un momento, porque yo estaré esperando.
We have our own system. We all have our own methodologies. We have our own ways of sustainable development as individuals. Currently, most people.
Sino hasta luego, no tengas miedo de morir, no tengas miedo. Y aunque tenga que alejarme será por solo un momento, porque yo estaré esperándote en el cielo. No me digas adiós, sino hasta luego. No tengas miedo de morir, no tengas miedo. Y aunque tenga que alejarme será por solo un momento, porque yo estaré esperándote en el cielo. Porque yo estaré esperándote en el cielo, con los brazos abiertos, en un lugar mejor, en el cielo. No me digas adiós, sino hasta luego.
Yeah, this was the hardest part of my day. Compiling all these photos and people that send in photos and these amazing images. Thank you so much. You could see there's one photo in there with Kenneth Deere, where he's a very old photo where Estebancio was asked, a very young Estebancio was asked to translate into Spanish, English into Spanish, and you could also see something that Thomas Azagyusa was talking about, the Lit Club, the Long Island Iced Tea Club that Estebancio co-founded. And there's another video that we would like to show you in a bit about his determination. He had a vision, and I was lucky enough to have interviewed him a while back, and we slipped in one last question, which was on his vision, so which I would like to share with you as well. People, but it's not about me. It's not about the video. It's about you. It's about what you would like to share with the family. Please, we have put the link in the comments so that you can join the lineup. so that you can share any words. And if you're not able to articulate your thoughts, that's okay. We're all grieving. We're all trying to find support with one another. At least I found this really, I'm getting a lot of strength from this, listening to all these amazing stories from everyone. So there's a link in the comments. So please join the conversation. Next up is Ini. I think is.
Pues joven. Yes, actually, yes, I want to say in Spanish also. Ya saben, los que quieran venir a saludar acá en el en vivo, en los comentarios está el link que pueden ingresar acá y ser parte de este homenaje con los amigos de Estebancio en sus esferas internacionales. Y Ghazali, ¿a quién tenemos? Who is next, Ghazali?
We have the permanent observer to the Indigenous Caucus, our great friend and one of the proteges, I would say, of Estebancio, Tomo Harada. Tomo, welcome, man.
Oh, Ghazali, I think you're on the mute again. Hello, my name is Tomo, and I'm a researcher from Japan. And I had in my thoughts what I wanted to say, but the video and the picture of Estebancio, I'm a little bit with that. I'm a bit overcome with emotions. I remember him being, a very entertaining person, hardworking person, but I'm also knowing that I'm going to miss him. So I was laughing and I was reminiscing and yeah, choking a bit. But I think there are three things that Estebancio's presence made me feel. One is that as a non-Indigenous person, I felt very welcomed. That's the first thing. The second thing is just how much of a privilege it was for me to learn from him, to educate about myself, about the Indigenous people's struggles and visions. And a third is, of course, gratitude. I'm very thankful for his presence and for his kindness to allow me to kind of enter the world, to see his vision and to give me a kind of window to see what he is thinking about and why he thinks that way. And when I first met Estebancio, it was actually in a bar in Germany. It's one of the many places where I can find him after a hard day of work. And that was 3 years ago. And since then, I've got to know Estebancio, maybe not as well as everyone else, but as well as I could. He has always been an educator for me, a teacher, someone I could ask a question, and he would always be straight and frank with me about how he thinks and what is going on around him. And through him, I think I got to know a lot about his communities. We've had Ini and Hokabed talking before me, and that they were both introduced to COP25 through Estebancio, and now Hokabed and Ini, we all work together to bring the stories of Indigenous peoples to many audience as possible around the world. And through that work, I've also been able to interview Estebancio from time to time. And I was really humbled, and I felt really privileged to actually able to ask my question to someone who leads at the forefront of Indigenous people seeking peace, justice, reconciliation, and partnership with all peoples on earth. And I never thought I would get there, to be in a position to ask these questions, if it wasn't for Estebancio and the people that he introduced to me, and the people that I got to know them well as a result. So my hope is that that I will get to know more about Kunayala. I think I think ever since I met Estebancio, I've always been interested about his community. I made good friends over the years, and I just want to know more about his communities, and continue to work with Ghazali and Hokabed, Ini, and Carson and others, to do our best to bring Indigenous people stories, listen to their stories, and educate even more, educate myself even more about the works that Estebancio has done, and the works that other Indigenous people are doing right now. So I don't want to go any too long, but I'm just really thankful that I met him. I've been very lucky. I've been very privileged, and I hope to continue with my work with Estebancio in my mind. So thanks very much, and obviously my deepest condolences to Estebancio's family and his community and his nations. And if there's anything I can do, please just let me know, let Ghazali know, and we'll be there for you. So thank you very much for this time.
I'm not on mute also. That's good. Thank you so much, Tomo. Obviously, because we started at a time convenient for the family in Panama and in Kunayala. There were some people that really wanted to say something, but it was way too late for them. So here's a message that Tatiana, the guy from the Indigenous social cultural, no, the Russian Indigenous social cultural region, sent in as a contribution to this amazing conversation that we're having. So this is Tatiana.
Dear Estebancio, rest in peace, my friend. We met in Granada, Spain, beautiful place. It was my first United Nations meeting, first CBD gathering, and Estebancio introduced me to this road and spent many times explaining me on this complicated process. He also introduced me to the beautiful world of Kuna people, very different from my world, very interesting. Introduced to the values and philosophies that lay behind the indigenous knowledge of Kuna people. We then met in Curitiba, Brazil, where we had another friend joined us, Pila from Central Siberia, from the swamps of Russia. And we created this little circle of friendship, enjoying our stay in Curitiba, going through the process together, learning from Estebancio on how to stand for the rights of our peoples. We will remember him as our Kuna brother, as our Kuna relative, as our friend. He was the man of the road. He was standing for what he believed in every single fight, as if it was the final fight. Have still a lot left to learn from him. Big hug to the family and to Kuna community. You were his life, and we will miss him. He will be in our hearts, in our souls. We will remember him.
So that is a message from Tatiana. People have been talking about like how strong he was in his determination and in his conviction about the youth and about like what he wanted to achieve within his work within the movement. So I've been looking for a clip that best explains why Estebancio does what he does. So I found it, and I wanted to share with you. It is where he shares his vision for not only for the Kunas, but for indigenous peoples at large.
Because we have a meeting in a couple bit. What do you want to see? Like we're all here. Like we talked about it this morning, actually, in terms of vision, like in our coordination meeting. If you can, if you will, like what would you like to see? Like maybe for the Kunas, or maybe for Indigenous peoples at large. Like what do you want? Is there any hope, a dream, or something that you would like to see?
Well, probably it's a dream, but I think that it's possible. I believe that if it wasn't possible, we will not be here. Yeah. You know, somehow we believe that the work that we do, you know, and one of the things I would like to see immediately is that we really have the next generation or next year or to have the full effective participation of indigenous people in all the processes within the UN system, whether it's climate change, whether it's CBD and stuff. And the other thing that I think that I would like to see is an enhanced participation of indigenous peoples, you know. I mean, appropriately, in appropriate level, like our institution be recognize and present and make a statement and provide themselves the work that they're doing back home. You know, how they are contributing or continue contributing with these processes, whether mitigation, adaptation, and things like that. And I think that it is why at the moment we are only both of us talking now, but there are other people who have been part of the process from African, Asian, and Arctic. You know, and well, one of the Arctic is watching us, yes, you know, and also Johnson has been of this process. Yeah. You know, it's like we want to see the knowledge holders come here. You know, this is going to be unique. You know, before these processes, the community, it's because they will be representing the community itself, will be here. What can they contribute, or what out of what we have been contributing already, you know, but explaining and not just coming to contribute, but also taking information, taking technology, taking an experience, good practices, and apply back home, you know. Right. And I think that, well, that's immediate things that I would like to see in near future.
Awesome. I look forward to continue working with you, man. It's always a pleasure, and
thank you.
And yeah, we gotta go. We have a meeting. All right.
Thank you, everybody, for watching us. Any question, we will be happy to respond.
Yeah.
So that is a quick video of Estebancio's vision, at least an attempt to explain his vision for not just for the Kunas, but for indigenous peoples at large. Yeah, so the back end is pretty much empty, meaning that there's no one waiting to take the floor. So I'm yeah, I'm not sure what to do now. Should we continue? Because there are people that would like to say something, or it is up to you, for people that are watching. If you would like to contribute in some way. This is, or we could call it a day, but it's not up to me.
Actually, this really nice space for everyone to join that could say something, share a special moment with the Estebancio. So yeah, we have more people. Gasali, who do we have backstage?
All right. Well, and then Nick, thank you so much for hitting that link in the description. I'd like now to invite Alyssa Macy, and then followed by Roberto Barrero. All right. Well, and then Nick, thank you so much for hitting that link in the description. I'd like now to invite Alyssa Macy, and then followed by Roberto Barrero.
Good evening. Thank you, Gonzali, for putting this together to honor Estebancio. Hold on 1 second. Okay, there we go. I had a bunch of noise going on. Sorry about that. I just wanted to express my deepest condolences to his family and to the Kuna Nation. Estebancio was a bright light and somebody that was always willing to share knowledge and to be a teacher. And we saw that in a lot of the tributes this evening. I went to the UN for my first time in 2004 and spent a lot of time with lots of different folks. You, Gonzali, Estebancio, as part of the preparatory work for the UN World Conference on Indigenous Peoples. And we had a lot of adventures in different parts of the world and a lot of fun. And one thing that I remember very vividly was when we went to Kuna as part of the International Indian Treaty Council's conference, and we got to visit his community. And I really felt very thankful to be able to do that and to be there with him and to meet his family and to see his community. There was a lot of laughs at that time. We had a really enjoyable time. We learned a lot. But we also had a lot of joking and a lot of laughter, and that's one of the things that I think about when I was thinking and learned the news of his passing. Just how much fun he was, very dedicated. I heard somebody earlier say a man of the world, and yes, he was absolutely that. But he was also a man of his own people and very proud of his community. And I think like everyone, we're all shocked. It's been a really tough year for everybody. A lot of people have walked on, and so I think just feeling it here. I've been away from the international work for quite a while. I went home to work for my own nation, so I'm really kind of focused in that. Now I'm in Seattle, and you think about the people that you see when we were able to travel and to be in community in that way. And just knowing that as we talk about work here and things that we would like to do and the eventual return to international work, knowing that he's not going to be there, it just feels like it's just sad. So I just wanted to send my love to his family and to all of his friends, all of you. There's many of us that are on this evening listening. Just my love to all of you. And I think we all know that he would want us to just continue the work and to continue the fight. And we all play a role in it, and we all have a way to contribute, big or small, and just hold on to the good memories and know that, he's always with us. And I'm not a Long Island iced tea fan, so I'm not in that club. But, I'll have a little toast to him later and to his legacy. It is very apparent that he has influenced a lot of people all over the world. And I think that's just an amazing legacy to have. So thank you, Estebancio, for your friendship and for being just a brother in the fight, and sending all my love to his family and to Kuna Yala and Kuna Nation for your tremendous loss. And we will carry forward and hopefully carry forward his vision as he expressed. So just thank you so much, Gonzalo, for putting this together. And I'm really happy to be able to listen in to all the stories. It's been very heartwarming. I feel it here. Thank you.
Ain't that? I do it again.
Yeah.
I was on mute again. I don't know.
Just forgetting, eh?
Yeah, keep forgetting things. Just to say that thank you, Alyssa, for joining the conversation and for her contribution. That's the only thing that I wanted to say.
I don't know if someone did say something before about Estebancio and rugby with the All Blacks and everything. So I was a big fan of the All Blacks. And yeah, so who we have now?
So Roberto is our next not a guest, but next friend, dear friend of Estebancio. Roberto, you have the floor.
Taigwe, dito no kena dati auno, diri mukaro agoibana, oriken taino daka. I just wanted to begin by saying greetings to all the relatives. My name's Roberto Borrero. In my community, my people call me Mukaro Agoibana. I'm from the indigenous Taino community. And let me just say that in Spanish. Quiero dar saludos a todos los hermanos y hermanas, familia que están aquí con nosotros. Mi nombre es Roberto Borrero. En mi comunidad me llamo Mukaro Agoibana. Soy del pueblo taíno. I just wanted to thank you, Brother Ghazali, for this opportunity to share a few words. I just want to offer my sincere condolences to Estebancio's family, friends, and Kuna Nation. I had the honor to work with Estebancio for many years, and I have many good memories of our time together. And it's a bit hard to express everything at this time, so I'm going to keep it real short. But I was also asked by Andrea, I don't know if you were able to share this earlier, Ghazali, but I was asked by Andrea Carmen of the International Indian Treaty Council to extend her condolences. I know she wanted to come on, but she was actually in a meeting earlier as an alternate for Estebancio in some of the international work he was involved in. So I just wanted to make sure that I express her condolences on behalf of Andrea and all of the IITC family. I'll try to sum up what I said in Spanish. Gracias por la oportunidad de compartirle algunas palabras, hermano Ghazali. Ofrezco mis más sentido pésame a la familia de Estebancio, también a los amigos y al pueblo Kuna. Tuve el honor de trabajar con Estebancio durante muchos años y tengo muchos buenos recuerdos de nuestro tiempo juntos. También me pidió que compartiera las condolencias de Andrea Carmen y toda la familia de City. Bueno, gracias. Thank you very much, Hahom. And I really appreciate everything that everyone shared tonight. And I send a big brotherly spiritual hug to everyone. Abrazos a todos. Gracias.
Almost forgot to do it. Thank you so much, Roberto, for your for sharing your words. Also on behalf of Andrea Carmen of the International Indian Treaty Council, which, as you said, Estebancio was doing a lot of work for in the past, and well, crazy that you had to talk about the past now in past tense, which is
also like I saw a email from Andrea. I think it was yesterday, talking about the day when they met in Stupu in Kunayala, back in 90s. So, el hermano Roberto mencionaba sobre los saludos que envía la hermana Andrea Carmen, y decía Agasali que entre ayer y hoy ella envió un correo a los hermanos siendo un poco sobre cuando conoció a Estebancio alrededor de los 96 por allí, y cuando él era mucho más joven y como veía ya el liderazgo que iba a tener en este ámbito, y lo hizo, ¿no? So Gasali, we have Thomas. Yes, that's explaining a bit of Andrea's email.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she also shared one of the first statements that Estebancio gave at the United Nations. I'll try to find a way to show that to people, or send it to maybe send it to Pila and the family, so that they have that on record. I think we're coming to a little bit towards the end of this. We cannot go on too long. We could, however, I think a lot has been said. There's, I think there are three things that I would like to show. One is Daniel Ibanez wanted to show a video that was made in for Estebancio, so we're definitely going to show you that. And I'm going to invite Thomas Atlak-Yuso back to share a little bit about, like, because we heard about the life of Estebancio at the United Nations in the movement, and maybe Thomas, if you have the time, if you're still up, if you can share of some of the political results that he helped achieve. That can be interesting as well for his family and for people. I think that would be nice to come to a full circle in this tribute to Estebancio. So let's go to Binota first. Binota just joined, also a very good friend of Estebancio. So Binota, and then we do the video sent in by Daniel Ibanez, and we'll conclude with the political results that Estebancio has helped achieve. I think is that a good way of coming to a full circle, Ini? Yeah,
that's nice. Binota.
All right, Binota, welcome, man.
Sorry. Thank you, Ghazali, for organizing this tribute to our brother Estebancio. Since yesterday, actually not in the mood, and I feel bad, sad, and heartbroken, devastated. I could not believe that Estebancio is no more with us today. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share some of my memories, but I'll be very brief. In 2007, when I was in a fellowship program in the UN Indigenous Fellowship Program in Geneva, at the time he came for the meeting, and I think it was the first time I met. And that time I saw his active participations in this intergovernmental meeting of the World Intellectual Property Organizations. He was strongly advocating for indigenous peoples' knowledge system to be recognized in the WIPO. I still recalled his strong statement in this intergovernmental meeting room. Later on, we had so much talking opportunities on the indigenous people issues, and we after the meeting always go for drinks or for dinner together, and that's also exactly also the when I met first time. And then in 2008 when AMD first annual session started in Geneva after establishment in December 2007. The first session held in Geneva on AMD. At the time, he also joined there. We had a lunch together and also chatting how we can strengthen AMRIP as an indigenous mechanism and also as a body for indigenous people's rights, how to strengthen the expert mechanism. It was, at the time I was just participating, I was coordinating Asia Caucus and we had this lunch together. So yeah, so I feel that the losing Estebancio means we are actually lost a great warrior, a fighter, a friend, and for me as a brother from the indigenous peoples movement, that we share our pain, we share our happiness, we share our values, we share our principles, we share our movement, and we cheer up together also at the same time. And also we discuss strengthening our movements, building solidarity worldwide, globally. Our last meeting was in 2019, November in Madrid. And I think Ghazali, yourself, Thomas, and Juan Carlos, we are together. We had dinner, and we are talking about all these COP activities, the work of the facility working group, and that is the memory. So what I send my deepest condolences to his family, to his people, Kuna people, and also the friends, relatives, and all the brothers and sisters of the Indigenous Peoples movement who are mourning today. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. Now I'm good. Now I'm good. Binota, thank you so much for the words that you shared. Binota and I had a long phone call yesterday when we heard the news. I had a phone call with several people. To be honest, I did not even sleep, actually. There's an entire night. People wanted to have someone to talk to, and Binota was one of them. And it just shows how hurt we are. That it feels very surreal that Estebancio is not amongst us anymore. So people, and you can see the people from that have not been in the movement for a very long time, they appear and they share their amazing stories about Estebancio, including yesterday morning actually for me, spoke to Yanni Stefansson. Hasn't been in the movement for a while, but did really want to have a conversation. I think this is a very good way of coping with the loss of Estebancio. Well, before we go to the video, I see Rebecca, one of our dear friends to the movement, ally, I would say, through her work as an interpreter, but she's much more than that. So Rebecca, thank you so much for joining the conversation.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. And I am very grateful to Estebancio. When I first started working with different NGOs, he really helped me I'm an interpreter, and he helped me to learn the terminology. And sometimes the concepts were so above and beyond what I could understand. And he would take the time to explain things to me. Such an intelligent, kind, thoughtful man, and he really helped the interpreters a lot. So we're so grateful to him. He will be sorely missed. I know that I could always go to him and ask him for help with anything that I was a little confused about, because I didn't know the UN system very well. We were taken as informal interpreters to work and help the Indigenous caucus. And it has been such an honor and a privilege to work with all of you. I'm so grateful, and to have met such stellar people like Estebancio. I had the great privilege of meeting him in 2000. In the year 2000, I went to a conference. It was on the Draft Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in New Zealand. And I was invited to his wedding, when he married Tracy. So way back when. Huh? Anyway, and they welcomed me with open arms. And it was just so nice to be able to talk to somebody in Spanish. And it was just such a great experience being able to work with Estebancio. So now I'd like to say that in Spanish for the family. I don't know, is the family still listening, Ghazali?
I'm on mute. No, I'm not on mute. Yes, they're still watching.
Can I just say it real quickly for them in Spanish?
Rebecca, take your time. We have nothing but time.
Okay, thank you. Queridos familia del señor Estebancio, me llamo Rebeca, soy una intérprete y es un placer estar aquí para honrar a su hijo, a su tío, a su hermano, a su primo, a este ser querido de Estebancio Castro, que lo queríamos tanto. Y bueno, siempre va a estar en nuestro corazón. Y con Yamilka y Teo pasamos muchos tiempos lindos juntos. Ellos me enseñaron mucho especialmente cuando recién llegué al movimiento indígena. Soy intérprete inglés-español, y Estebancio me ayudó muchísimo a aprender acerca de la terminología de la ONU, acerca de las cuestiones de pueblos indígenas, derechos de pueblos indígenas. Así que siempre fue como una persona con la cual yo sabía que podía contar con él, y siempre era tan bondadoso, tenía todo el tiempo en el mundo si necesitaba que él me explicara cosas. Así que estoy muy agradecida. Era un hombre sumamente inteligente, tenía una agilidad mental increíble, podía discernir las cosas, destilar las cosas de un momento a otro. Así que fue un gran honor conocerlo y nunca nos vamos a olvidar de él. Así que les mando a ustedes, su familia, mi más grande pésame, y lo vamos a extrañar mucho. Así que ustedes cuídense mucho, y a ver si algún día tengo el privilegio de ir a visitarlos y conocerlos. Me encantaría. Y cualquier cosa que necesitan, alguna cosa traducida o algo por el estilo, por favor, no duden en comunicarse conmigo. Así que bueno, ha sido un placer estar aquí, y nos estamos en contacto. So thank you, Ghazali, for having me on and for doing this and for allowing us to share our thoughts about Estebancio and how important he really was for all of us, and especially as the interpreters and the team of interpreters I know that I've been working with for many years. We're so grateful to him for all the help that he gave us to understand those difficult things that are in UN speak, right? And so it was great. And he always made us laugh, and he always knew where to, as everybody's mentioned, the fun things to do too, like to go dancing or where to go eat. So we will really miss his energy and his wonderful spirit. And we hope that he is finding his way through to a better place, a different place where he can still guide us, right? That's what we hope for. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak. It's been a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. And I should be thanking you for sharing your kind words and your experiences with Estebancio, enriching this whole conversation that we're having. So I really appreciate it for you for stopping by.
Thank you.
That's what we're here for. I have Miriam Masakiza would like to join the conversation as well. Miriam, welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much, Ghazali, for the opportunity. And first of all, I would like to recognize Estebancios. He will be really with us right now with his big smile. And from here, from New York, I just wanted to send my condolences to the family and especially to the Kuna movement in Panama. I met him when I was a fellow in Geneva. I was the third one, and then he always told me that I was the third one and that I have to be keeping learning. And then he was all the time teaching me what I have to do. And he was a really big a mentor, but also we always fight each other because we always have different opinions of something. But at the end, we come together and then always learning from what the elders were saying. That was his first advice, and which I always take with me. Now Estebancio is not here with us anymore, and it has been really a shock for all of us, and I am really moved to know more about him. Usually, as I am here in New York, walking within corridors of the UN, we only say hello, or we have a very quick coffee between us, and sometimes he asks, how about the recommendation, what's going on? And it was just a few moments talking to each other. He will be really missed. I hope that the new generation that is coming and will really continue this fight. And thank you, Estebancio, for coming back again and again to the UN, not only in New York, in Geneva, in Vienna, in Canada, in Montreal, in many parts. You were in Quito last time, and I saw pictures of you with brothers and sisters discussing about the participation of indigenous peoples in the movement. I don't have really words to express how sad I feel, and even if we don't really, I was checking some pictures about you, and when we went to Barcelona, because we have a meeting among the former fellows of the OHCHR, and then it was really, really funny to see you there and to be with you a week without a hotel or with food, without food, and we were in a camp together. And there are so many memories, Estebancio. And I am also I feel also guilty sometimes because I didn't have the time to say thank you for all the contribution that you did. I am really, really moved, and I am really, really sad, Estebancio. And thank you, Ghazali. That's all what I can say. I hope that all of us from all parts of the world, we keep fighting for the recognition of our rights. Thank you, Ghazali. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias a todos. En el pueblo Kuna, en Panamá, quisiera expresarles mis sentidas condolencias a su hijo, a su madre, a sus hermanas. Estebancio fue una gran persona, alguien de quien hemos aprendido muchos, en especial mi persona. Yo lo conocí en Ginebra en el año 2001, cuando llegué igual sin conocer nada acerca del movimiento indígena internacional. Gracias a personas como Estebancio, hemos podido continuar caminando aquí. Gracias, Estebancio, por haber regresado una y otra vez a los salones de Naciones Unidas, por habernos también enseñado a que siempre el diálogo, a que siempre hay que platicar, hay que conversar, hay que convencer, hay que sensibilizar a los estados, a los delegados. Gracias, Estebancio, por todo. Y espero que nos prepares también ese lugar a donde todos vamos a llegar un día. Y esperemos también nos volvamos a encontrar. Buen viaje, Estebancio. Hasta pronto y muchísimas gracias, Gazali, por este momento, por este tributo. Buenas noches.
Thank you so much, Marianne, for jumping on into this conversation. Before we move on to the video that I promised you to show you, I see that Manuel, you would like to say something as well? Maybe after the video. So as promised, there was a video that someone made that they like to be shared with everyone in this conversation. So without further ado.
On behalf of Indigenous peoples, any partnership with Indigenous peoples on energy and sustainable development, industrial development, air and atmospheric pollution, and climate change must be based on respect for Indigenous peoples' own identity. Their territories are not extractive reserves for outmoded carbon-intensive technologies. In this view, the startup capital for development is the cultural and social assets of Indigenous peoples, catalyzed by the addition of newly understood mechanisms, technologies, and resources. Madam Chair, we are determined to ensure the equal participation of all Indigenous peoples throughout the world in all aspects of planning for sustainable future, not just for our communities, but for all peoples. Partnership with international agencies, governments, NGOs, private sector, and corporations are important in order to achieve human and environmental sustainability, provided that the partnerships are established according to the principles of honesty, openness, and good faith, free, prior, and informed consent of the people affected, respect and recognition of our cultures, language, and spiritual belief, and our rights to land and self-determination. For future for our generations and all our relations, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Y esta es una situación que la Asamblea debe tener en cuenta y que en todos los programas de planificación de los gobiernos deben estar incluidos la sabiduría de los pueblos indígenas y toda la historia que ellos han tenido a través del manejo de los recursos naturales, o como decimos nosotros, la madre tierra en todo el planeta. No olvidemos nosotros que fueron los pueblos indígenas que entregaron la mayor parte de los recursos de Norteamérica aquí casi intocable. Hoy día solamente queda el 10% de los bosques vírgenes que dejaron los pueblos indígenas en este gran país. Y también en América del Sur prácticamente los bosques tropicales están desapareciendo. Y en América Central barrieron con todos los bosques para convertirlos en grandes granjas de ganado vacuno, y ahora solamente queda una sabanización grande y que un gato norteamericano come más carne que un niño centroamericano, y también, por no decirlo, de Sudamérica. Las grandes enseñanzas de los pueblos indígenas en el manejo de los recursos naturales no debemos dejarlo a la historia. Debemos tenerlo acá presente. Debemos tenerlo porque más de 1 millón de años hemos manejado los ríos, los bosques, las selvas, las montañas sin dañar. Las grandes poblaciones se movían cada tiempo para conservar su identidad y para preservar las unidades y los ecosistemas. Y esa experiencia es lo que tenemos que desarrollar ahora. Es muy lamentable que los países prosigan con sus grandes intenciones de desarrollar la biotecnología en base a los cultivos agroindustriales. Hoy día se escucha cada vez de que se va a sacar el combustible del frijol soya, del maíz y de otros productos. Los gobiernos se están lanzando a una loca carrera de poder desarrollar los grandes cultivos agroindustriales sin importarles absolutamente la propiedad de los pueblos indígenas. Hemos visto cómo en el Perú la gran presión de todas las organizaciones no gubernamentales y pueblos indígenas evitó que se esté llevando una subasta, una lotización del bosque tropical peruano para las grandes empresas petroleras. Esta situación nos puede permitir a nosotros que debe haber una situación de consenso y aprovechar la gran sabiduría continental, la gran sabiduría mundial del planeta, de nuestros pueblos indígenas que están afectados seriamente por la globalización y por el calentamiento global. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Uno de los puntos principales que nosotros mantenemos aquí es que en todas las políticas que se vaya a desarrollar en relación a los pueblos indígenas debe ser en relación al entendimiento de su propia cosmovisión, de su cultura, de su conocimiento tradicional para poder ser complementado con las políticas que vaya a existir de acuerdo a los problemas existentes sobre el cambio climático, sobre la contaminación de aire o sobre las nuevas energías que se vienen desarrollando. Ese es uno de los puntos que hemos tratado de influenciar aquí. Hasta el momento, pues en el reporte o en el documento borrador de negociación del presidente, pues solamente aparece varios puntos de los pueblos indígenas y hemos manifestado de que para que los pueblos indígenas sean parte de este proceso necesitan que sus contribuciones estén reflejadas en el documento para tener una plena y efectiva participación en estos procesos existentes dentro del sistema de las Naciones Unidas. Para finalizar, bueno, quisiera agradecer la presencia del hermano Miguel Ibáñez, quien ha sido un elemento importante en este proceso en la cual donde estamos aquí, porque con la presencia de él me he sentido mucho más fácil de manejar y de dirigirse a los estados, y porque ya uno se siente específicamente con ganas de trabajar conjuntamente con otras personas. Quisiera pedir pues, a los pueblos indígenas de otras regiones, de que es necesario la participación de todos los pueblos indígenas de otras partes del mundo, de tener la conciencia y de tener la inquietud, la preocupación que tienen con todos estos temas que están en discusión sobre la contaminación de aire, el cambio climático, la energía para el desarrollo sostenible, energía industrial. Yo creo que los pueblos indígenas, todos nosotros tenemos que venir acá y dar nuestras experiencias en la cual hemos sido afectados por tantos años, especialmente con la hidroeléctrica, geotérmica y otros elementos que en estos precisos momentos todavía están siendo efectivos en nuestras comunidades. Entonces, para finalizar, pues saludos a todas las comunidades indígenas, los pueblos indígenas de Perú, y esperamos que podamos contar con su presencia en alguna de estas reuniones en las Naciones Unidas. Gracias.
Thank you so much. I think Manuel, you'd like to, because I called on you before, but you were not there, so I'll bring you in. Hold on.
Hi. Thank you so much, Casali, for creating this event, and my deepest condolences to Estebancio's family and friends. This is a video that part of a longer documentary that we did in 2007 with Estebancio and my dad, Miguel Ibanez. We clearly can see how passionate Estebancio was for the cause of the indigenous peoples. And it's been pretty touching to me to see how many people Estebancio touched, and just like he touched us, my family, my dad and I, like we felt really and deeply saddened for after this news. Just like my dad thought he was an unbelievable friend, we realized that Estebancio really had many friends, as you can tell by all these wonderful people coming over on this event, and it's been pretty loving to see how many people he's touched. That said, thank you so much again, Ghazali, for this wonderful initiative, and my deepest condolences again for Estebancio's family. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manuel, for sharing these nice words and your work as well. Thank you for the documentary, and your dad and your family for producing this and allowing us to show this to the through this initiative to the family and the Kuna people as well. So appreciate it. Thank you so much. Next up is our dear friend Ty Pelly.
Taikaraya and Hahom Ghazali. I want to be brief, but I think I really need to express two main things that I recall, I remember about Estebancio. And one had to do with how immersed he was on the international work, and what an exemplary brother with his diplomacy and interest in delivering the messages that we needed to bring forth. The other part is twins from different mothers, and that is seeing Estebancio and Ghazali. And the one thing is that when Estebancio was not in front of a microphone, I would see him walking around the UN with Ghazali, and this man always had a smile on his face. It was like he was living. And yesterday, when I heard the news, of course, the first person that came to mind was Ghazali. So I want to acknowledge that, because to me, this event is more than Ghazali just organizing a gathering to pay tribute to this great friend of ours and this brother in the struggle. I want to acknowledge the fact that when things are done and we're processing our own pain, they have a bigger significance than what anybody else can imagine. I also want to speak about legacy. And the legacy that Estebancio is leaving us, with his 52 years of life, I think that they're also very significant and symbolic. He leaves a legacy for all indigenous advocates, and he also leaves a legacy for his peoples, for the Kuna peoples. And I think that it is only by example that we can find the definition, the true definition of that word. And I think that he showed us all that he truly was leaving a legacy. And I thank his family, the Kuna peoples, because you had a young hero in this man. And knowing the work of the Movimiento Juventud Kuna, I know that those are very, very big shoes to fill, but I think you had the best, and thank you for that. Doy mi mensaje ahora en español. Una de las cosas principales que recuerdo de Estebancio eran dos imágenes. Una que tenía que ver con lo integrado que estaba en su diplomacia cuando se iba a dar un mensaje, la seriedad y la eficacia de su mensaje. La otra parte era Estebancio caminando por la ONU, muchas veces con Ghazali, tengo esas imágenes así, y siempre estaba como haciendo un cuento y sonriéndose. Entonces, esas dos facetas de saber ser lo serio cuando hay que hacerlo y diplomáticamente hablar, y entonces vivir la vida que se refleja en la sonrisa, en el modo en que nos expresamos, que compartimos con nuestra gente. La otra cosa es, cuando escuchamos la palabra legado, pues en muchas ocasiones, bueno, tenemos una definición de acuerdo a lo que dice el diccionario y ahora de acuerdo a lo que dice Google, pero no creo que haya una mejor definición de lo que es legado cuando el legado ha sido dado a nosotros a través del ejemplo. Y pienso que aun cuando los zapatos a llenar son bastante grandes, los que deja Estebancio, creo que ha sido un regalo y que el movimiento Juventud Kuna siempre ha sido uno eficaz, admirable, y creo que el pueblo Kuna en general tiene un excelente ejemplo y hasta una aseguranza de que eso va a continuar así. De mi parte, de mi pueblo, ya el presidente de nuestra organización, Roberto Mócaro Borrero, el cacique de nuestro Yucayeque, Guainía, expresó sus condolencias y yo también quiero brindarles pues esas condolencias a la familia. Como secretaria y tesorera que soy del Consejo Internacional de Tratados Indios, como oficial en la Confederación Unida del Pueblo Taíno y como copresidenta de la Organización para el Desarrollo Indoamericano del Caribe. Muchas gracias. Gracias a la familia por haber compartido su hijo. Gracias al pueblo Kuna por haber emitido uno de los más grandes ejemplos de nuestros tiempos en nuestro hermano Estebancio. Eso se lo debemos a ustedes y ese legado no solamente va a quedar allá en Cunayala, sino que a través de todo el mundo y con todas las personas que tuvimos la dicha de conocerlo. Muchas gracias. Ahom.
Thank you so much, Ty, for acknowledging the impact that Estebancio has made on me as well, and on the movement. And this is actually me also trying to process everything. This is my attempt to process and might as well process in public, because there's a lot of people out there that are mourning as much, if not more, than I do. You touched upon it, and I think we're coming to a full circle. Ty, when you said about like his achievements, I would like to now give the floor to Thomas before we end with Marcial. Thomas, thank you so much for staying up. That's for one. And your willingness to share a little bit about the political results that the Indigenous peoples at large have been able to make with the support or if the work of Estebancio. So I would like to now give you the floor to share whatever you want to share about that.
Yeah, thank you, Casale, and thank you for inviting me to share more precise actions that Estebancio has been part of and has played an important role. I think one of the really big achievements that we might sometimes put aside is that Estebancio was really vital on connecting the whole region of South America to other regions because of his good language capacities. He spoke really brilliant English, brilliant Spanish, of course, Kuna, other languages, and I think that is important to remember what kind of results that have built it up. For example, me not knowing Spanish is always a challenge to understand and communicate and cooperate with those that speak Spanish. So he's been vital, for example, in building connections between Samis and Kuna. I was privileged to visit Ustupu and Kunayala a couple of years ago, and it all came actually from our deep connection with Estebancio as a president of the Sami Parliament, and at that time I was the vice president of the Sami Parliament in Finland. And we were eager to understand and find equals, find representative institutions that Kuna Assembly, for example, is, and therefore he played a crucial role on getting invitations and getting and providing the opportunity to me to visit in Kunajala and Stupu, and through that the connections and cooperation with him have been strong in many senses. He was really strong talking about traditional knowledge. He was active in the CPD process, the Biodiversity Convention framework, for a long time. And he always reminded everybody that we have to remember traditional knowledge and tie the issues from the international level to the grassroots. And he used traditional knowledge and the framework of that as a kind of legal framework in the international fields as a tool. And he was good on maneuvering in different spaces between governments and UN agencies. So that is one of those concrete results. Of course, Estebancio played a big role in the World Conference process. The Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples has been adopted in 2007, and for the long negotiations that happened from the 80s until the 2007. And after that, the World Conference process was a document to try to implement the declaration on the ground. And Estebancio was one of the representatives from Central and South America as a region. In the Indigenous Peoples Global Coordination and also his work in coordinating and securing that his region would be always fully aware and fully equally participating as others was of course strong. But also negotiating with governments. He was good on explaining issues to the member states coming from Central and South America, and good on building the understanding inside of the member states so that they would be supportive for us, because that is really crucial in the UN framework, that you would get those that actually have the right to vote, actually are those that are making the decisions, that they would have the understanding of our issues as the indigenous peoples movement globally. So the World Conference process, and there are specific, paragraphs. I, for example, was heavily involved with the youth paragraph at that time, OP, operative paragraph 15. And actually the traditional knowledge aspect in that paragraph is actually from Estebancio. As he reminded me and some other youth that were building ideas and drafting that, how we could improve indigenous youth paragraph in the outcome document. And he reminded, I think that Ghazali was also present, and Maria Oberto and some others in a fancy restaurant in New York, and he pretty strongly actually said to me also that you cannot leave traditional knowledge away, and that there is always way to draft it in the actual paragraph. And he of course helped a bit with the drafting also, but I guess that the important one an aspect of it was that his encouragement to give support, that there is a there is a way how to find a result that would include all necessary aspects that we want to, as a movement, get in that. So that is actually at least one of personal experiences, one of those many. Of course, the enhanced participation process, securing indigenous peoples' opportunities to participate in the UN framework, is something that he was also heavily involved. It's been a big and long process that kind of started to be more on the negotiation table of the UN highest level, the General Assembly, in 2015 forward, and the first round of negotiations was not successful in that sense that we would have been able to get a permanent observer status or allow indigenous peoples to gain access to the General Assembly. So we had to kind of reorganize our work, and at that time I would say that there wasn't that much indigenous peoples that actively participating to these discussions, because everybody was a bit disappointed that the resolution that came from General Assembly wasn't successful. It only postponed the decision-making process forward. And Estebancio then was one of those that really discussed a lot with me, and one of the reasons I was visiting in Tupu and Kuna was also to talk about this specific process. And we kind of came up with the idea that strategically it would be important now to rebuild the indigenous movement in the enhanced participation process, because honestly it was a little bit waning away. And we also discussed that it would be good to have the meeting in Central or South America, as member states from that area weren't that involved, or they were having concerns that their indigenous peoples from that region aren't that active in the process. And we kind of started to work with the idea. Estebancio got a mandate from region to represent the region and be active, and in the end, together with representatives from all of the 7 regions, we came up to a meeting in Quito, Ecuador, just before the pandemic started. And that meeting has, in my view, been really crucial for the enhanced participation process, because I hope and I believe that that meeting especially gathered the indigenous peoples together. We have active individuals and organizations from all regions, and we have founded out a common strategy how to work in the United Nations framework, in the Human Rights Council, or in the General Assembly. So I guess I want to also politely say that there's a big shoulders to follow up, and we really need committed people to work on international level, and we aren't that much. It is the truth that Human Rights Council sessions in Geneva in September might have only a handful of indigenous peoples there, because it's difficult to participate. You don't have the funding, you don't have accreditation. It's difficult. So he was always an individual to be counted on, and that is a big thing. When myself as a representative from the Sami people in the north, with the snow and reindeers, it is among or with the cooperation of indigenous peoples among us. It's important that there are individuals that you can contact, you can work, and you can rely that connection and cooperation will be there. And therefore, Estebancio's role has been so big that at least he's been helpful, or for me also to understand the specificities in South America and Central America, as his knowledge of English was so good. There are many kind of results. Of course, you could talk about different issues. I think that his role also on the local and regional level is something that I cannot tell the results or efforts that he's been doing. Of course, the climate change work is one example again. He was really strong in the negotiations on gaining the indigenous peoples traditional knowledge platform through in the UNFCCC, the climate change convention. He was strong, discussing with China, Indonesia, saying that no, that we have to have equal participation as the states. And he had the courage to say that, even though mighty China or Indonesia or other kind of countries, Russia or others that usually in the international work might be of a bit of a challenging with their aspects and points of views. So just a couple of remarks. I don't want to prolong this message for too long, but I think that I wanted to share this also to really show and show respect for the meaning of his work in the international movement, and hopefully, and I believe that there will be others that can step up and continue the important work that Estebancio has been doing. Thank you.
Well, a lot of things that Estebancio did, a lot of statements. That's amazing. We have our brother Marcial. Marcial Arias he's with us. So, amigo, hermano Marcial, pues, creo que tienes algo prendido cerca también. ¿Se escucha un eco?
No.
Ok, bueno, estás viendo algo, está bien. Bueno, Marcial, también decir algo en honor de tu alumno.
Bueno, primero quiero agradecer, ¿verdad?, destacar sobre todo la vida y la obra de amigo y hermano Estebancio Castro. Porque además hablar de Estebancio, mira, ya llevamos 3 horas y 45 minutos hablando de él y es difícil cubrir en esa hora. Antes acabo de terminar un programa dedicado también a él y lo hicimos en 1 hora, pero con un resumen. Y sí, a nombre del pueblo Kuna, del movimiento de la juventud, y yo estoy seguro que estarán agradecidos por el trabajo que ha hecho el amigo Casali y también de ustedes, ¿no? De Niquilipi y Olo, que están haciendo un trabajo fenomenal. Es lamentable que nos toca hoy a despedir en el día de mañana al amigo y hermano Estebancio. Yo he escuchado casi la mayoría de las intervenciones. Yo estoy totalmente de acuerdo que Estebancio ha sido un artífice en todas las negociaciones que hemos participado. Podemos hablar de muchas facetas de Estebancio en el aspecto de la juventud Kuna, porque él fue dirigente del movimiento de la juventud Kuna, y fuera de eso también fue basquetbolista, un dirigente deportista. Y de allí yo creo que es más la vida local nuestra, ¿no? Quizás a los jóvenes de la juventud Kuna, a los estudiantes Kuna, hay que resaltar esa figura, ¿verdad? Como un joven puede llegar a un nivel que llegó Estebancio, aunque quizás no ha completado todo su ciclo de vida. Todavía le faltaba muchas contribuciones de mucho conocimiento, porque la andanza, el proceso nos va fortaleciendo también nuestro conocimiento. Estebancio a esa altura apenas iba a comenzar a destacar, a contribuir, a colaborar, porque ya era su pensamiento propio. Lo que Estebancio estuvo haciendo era la imagen y el reflejo del proceso y la formación del pueblo Kuna, porque de ahí viene, de esa escuela vieja nuestra, de escuchar a nuestros viejos todavía en los congresos locales, en los congresos generales. Eso es lo que Estebancio era, el reflejo de lo que nosotros vimos en todos estos procesos internacionales, ¿verdad? Su contribución también idiomática, pero ahora entonces él iba a entrar a dar su pensamiento propio de lo que él pensaba. Pero es lamentable que se nos ha ido tan temprano, a sus 53 años. Yo creo que estaba en su apogeo de dar todo su conocimiento. Y eso es lo que yo quiero destacarlo, ¿no? En el día de hoy, porque Estebancio fue experimentado en diferentes organizaciones de la Alianza Mundial de los Pueblos Indígenas de los Bosques Tropicales. Fue su secretario ejecutivo. La Coalición Mundial de Bosques, del cual fue su presidente. ¿Cómo no recordar del CITI, del Consejo Internacional de Tratados Indios? Son 3 organizaciones del cual él participó directamente. No fue de manera colateral, sino directamente, orientándolo, asesorándolo a la membresía de esas coaliciones, de esas organizaciones del cual pertenecían, porque la Alianza Mundial tenía miles y miles de organizaciones, igual la Coalición Mundial de muchos ONGs, y también el CITI tiene un montón. Entonces Estebancio estuvo ligado en ese proceso, y eso para nosotros es importante destacarlo. Y de igual manera, ahora en las negociaciones, porque estoy tratando de resumir la vida del amigo y hermano Estebancio, el enlace en las negociaciones de UNRIF, la Declaración Universal sobre los Derechos de los Pueblos Indígenas, el del convenio de biología, convenio internacional, sobre todo sobre el artículo 8, OTA, la Convención Biológica, y también del protocolo de Nagoya, de la OMPI, de la Organización Mundial de la Propiedad Intelectual, y del desarrollo sostenible de las Naciones Unidas. Y los últimos años ya estaba en el cambio climático, conjuntamente con otros hermanos indígenas. Y es allí entonces Estebancio estaba actuando, me parece, como un tigre en la selva, peleando con los grandes, negociando con los grandes. Y yo creo que esa fue su fortaleza. Es lamentable, una vez más, repito, de que hayamos tenido que perder a un Estebancio. Y Estebancio no ha ocupado de ser experto del foro permanente, pero ya tenía toda su cualidad, toda su cualidad. Fue tan humilde que quizás no aceptó la postulación. Nosotros estuvimos tratando de convencer de que él fuera candidato. Quizás por circunstancias o por humildad no pudo aceptar, pero tenía toda su cualidad, igual que nosotros. Entonces a mí me ha consternado y más me duele porque son más jóvenes que yo, que ellos son los que deberían seguir. Y nosotros lo educamos cuando estaban militando en el movimiento de la Kuna, tanto a Onel Arias, a Florina López, a Estebancio Castro, y así podemos mencionar a muchos, a Iniquilipi incluso, a Ol, que han escuchado a nosotros la participación de Wirki, Anastasio, que algún día, nosotros decíamos, algún día ustedes son los que tienen que ocupar ese vacío. Ahora, ¿quién va a ocupar ese vacío que dejó Estebancio Castro? Y esta tarde nosotros estuvimos llamando la atención a los jóvenes cunas o a los jóvenes indígenas, que es necesario que participen en todos estos procesos, porque hace falta realmente, ahora que tenemos ese vacío, de llenarlo, aunque nos va a durar muchos años, porque imagínate la vida que tenía Estebancio a sus 18, 19 años, se ha dedicado, fue experimentando y ahora era toda una personalidad que lo perdimos. Pero bueno, esperamos que esto también nos signifique a nosotros, al pueblo Kuna, a los jóvenes Kuna, como experiencia, como unas lecciones aprendidas, que estamos perdiendo cuadros buenísimos en los últimos años. Por ejemplo, del músico Marden Paniza, del poeta Aristides Turpana, para mencionar algunos, nada más. Hemos perdido y ahora nos toca despedir en el día de mañana al amigo, al hermano y mi alumno, porque él se dirigía a mí con todo respeto como maestro. Esas son cosas que llegan al corazón a uno, porque nosotros somos los que estamos formando y ahora tenemos que despedir a uno de los formados. Pero bueno, el todo por eso, el Creador sabe, Pava y Nana sabe lo que está haciendo. Cuidado que tendremos que hacer un esfuerzo más para tener varios Estebancios dentro del movimiento indígena y dentro del movimiento internacional. Así que yo una vez más, Iniquilipi, quiero agradecer a Casali por todo el esfuerzo ya y la gran sintonía, y también a la comunidad internacional indígena, porque a nosotros nos estuvieron llamando todo el día hermanos de Perú, de Costa Rica, de Ecuador, de Filipinas, de todo el mundo. Están consternados realmente. Imagínense si ellos son los que están así, ¿cómo estaremos nosotros del pueblo Kuna y los amigos más cercanos que hemos tenido a él? Así que yo una vez más quiero agradecer por ese programa tan bonito, tan sentimental, y ojalá que otros medios lo retransmiten, porque hay que hacer llegar a toda la comunidad internacional indígena y no indígena. Muchas gracias, Iniquilipi, y muchas gracias, Casali.
Líder, ¿y cuál es algo más puntual, una anécdota del comienzo de este avance que usted recuerde más?
Bueno, mira, digo, más que todo son las negociaciones que hemos participado, porque podríamos decir la ventaja o la desventaja que tenía Estebancio es de hablar inglés, ya, porque en nuestro idioma nosotros los que estábamos los negociadores de habla hispana, terminaban las Naciones Unidas a las 6 de la tarde, pero él sí tenía que quedarse, ya, a seguir trabajando. A veces llegaba hasta las 11, medianoche, la 1 o 2 de la madrugada. Y tenía que venir a informar a nuestro grupo, a nuestro equipo de trabajo, para seguir al día siguiente las negociaciones. Así que el trabajo que le tocó al hermano y al amigo Estebancio fue duro, no fue fácil. Así que esa es la gran anécdota o la gran contribución que ha hecho al movimiento indígena internacional y a las negociaciones, porque honestamente sin eso, sin él, nosotros nos hubiéramos quedado rezagados. Y por eso en muchas traducciones que ha hecho en cuanto a las negociaciones de la Declaración Universal, gracias a él hemos logrado lo que pudimos lograr.
No sé, y gracias por compartir tu experiencia, don Marcial, aquí con mucha gente. Hay mucha gente que ha estado siguiendo este en vivo ya casi por 4 horas de memoria de Mía, Estebancio, y bueno, y la familia está pendiente en la casa viendo el en vivo de temprano. Así que, don Marcial.
No, yo quiero mandar mis condolencias a la familia Castro-Diaz y sobre todo a su hijo, a Pila Killer, y que, bueno, que tenga fuerza y el ejemplo. Hay que seguir el ejemplo de él y, bueno, y es el destino del ciclo de vida. Y todos vamos para allá y hay que seguir adelante y estamos seguros los que quedamos en este mundo vamos a seguir siguiendo el legado o lo que él luchó por el movimiento indígena.
Gracias, Marcial.
Gracias.
Well, Ghazali, I don't know if we have another guest, another brother.
Sure. Yeah, let's bring this another guest up, and then we'll come to a full circle and try to finalize this amazing. We're already touching the 4-hour mark already. So please, Hubertus, you have the floor.
Yes. For me in Jakarta now is 9 o'clock in the morning. And I just try very hard to join this meeting because I know Estebancio for years. He's a great leader for indigenous people, especially for the International Alliance. So I would like to say my deep condolences for his wife and son and all my brother and sister in Panama. And thank you for letting me join this meeting. Morning.
No, I'm not on mute, so that's good. Thank you so much, Hubertus, for getting up early, 9 a.m. in Jakarta. That's hope you've been able to join the conversation, the many contributions of the people. So glad to have you as, by the looks of it, to be our last speaker. Not a speaker. Well, how do you call this? People that like to share a story about or the experiences with Estebancio. Before we'll conclude, because
before,
yeah,
you have some experiences, some time you spent a lot of time with him. I don't know if you had opportunity to express also few things that you had with him. Please, could you tell us something?
Yeah, if I would say that.
Now you got the floor.
Thank you so much, man. Inequality, and it is crazy. I was actually not expecting to share this or anything actually, because I'm much more interested in what other people wanted to share. But I had 4 hours to think about an experience with Estebancio. He is like a brother to me. Like Tai said, climate change, human rights, whatever we. If there's a meeting, there was a meeting that Estebancio and I were at. So we were like a Siamese twins. We went into the meeting. We always sat in the front row. And we mostly went to lunch together. Well, not lunch. We went to a bar together. I think that's a better way to describe it. We went for dinner apart, but then a bar. New York, it was Keats, and in Bonn there were so many. Were other pubs and bars. Yeah, I miss him a lot. He's yeah, a lot has been said. I just want to echo all the sentiments and the emotions that people have been sharing. I just wanted to share one story. There was a time, and I should acknowledge Tracy Fara for this. She helped us before the World Conference that we could stay in New York for a couple of months for the negotiations on the World Conference outcome document. I stayed in an apartment in Long Island City, and Estebancio all the way up almost in Harlem. So we had meetings almost every day with states, with the UN. And there's one meeting that I will never forget. So we had a lobbying team of Indigenous peoples, and some people, like most of them, were not able to participate in one meeting. So only the 3 youngest guys were able to go to that meeting, which was myself, Matthias Aren from the Sami, and Estebancio. So we prepared for the meeting, and we had to go to the mission of Mexico to the United Nations. Went to the elevator, and we were prepared. Like we were prepared to go. It was a meeting with the group of friendly states, so it's not a hostile environment, but it was. We were prepared to really, stand our ground. I would say, like you heard people talk about Estebancio being very firm in his what he believes in. So we had our own. We created our own marching orders. And so we went up. I can remember which floor it was, but it was a big glass door. We had to go through that. So the 3 of us had to wait in the lobby of the mission of Mexico to the United Nations, and we waited. And then we were they got us, and they brought us into a meeting room. You expect. We were expecting usual suspects, like the experts of the third committee, these people that we've been working with for months already. That was what we expected, but we didn't. What we saw, what we when we walked into that room, that's nothing that we expected at all. It was almost like they filled up the room with supermodels. So you had these people that are actually working for governments, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Finland, and all these countries, and they sending in like these beautiful women into the meeting, which were actually, they were smart, but they looked very good as well. So you had on one side all these women sitting, and then on the other side of the table, just the 3 of us, not knowing if we should be intimidated or impressed or I don't know. We just looked at each other, and I remember Estebancio's face because he was smiling. He loved it. Like he was like that this was going to be a fun conversation that we were about to have. So I always end up in fun situations with Estebancio, and that's what I'm going to miss. Like the conversations that we have. For the last couple of months, we've been talking almost daily through WhatsApp, voice messaging. Obviously, the voice messages became less and less and turned into texts. Text turns into words. Yeah, so we talked about what was going on. But that message that I got yesterday, not in a lifetime I expected that to get that message. I thought it was that he was going somewhere, because I remember Johnson said that he sent a text like, he's gone, man. I thought he was gone back to Kuna land. And then Olo texted me. Ini texted me. Hokebet texted me. And that's when I knew things were wrong. And I've been crying ever since. And that is so that is basically the two emotions actually that I'm feeling. One is the amazing conversations, the brothership, the brotherhood, whatever you want to call it, that we had, but also the empty space that it leaves behind. I don't know. I really don't know how to move forward. But this helps. That I'm not alone. That we're not alone. This helps a lot. So, yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Pila for that guy is strong, man. He's a very strong guy. Mentally, we've been texting back and forth the whole time. What can I do? What can I help? What can I do to help you? Family as well. Yeah, and it still feels surreal, but like we have to. I think he would like to move on. Us to move on, or like in a way, in a respectful way, which would take me a little bit more time than I would think. So thank you everyone for joining this conversation, for this lineup. I could not even. I was thinking about like maybe it would take 1 hour or 2 hours, but 4 hours, no way. I didn't even consider that. And people were joining in. Obviously, there's a lot of people that send in messages through email. If I started reading them out right now, I would keep you up another 4 hours. So I'll try to find a way to get those messages to Pila and the family. Yeah, I think we only scratched the surface of the impact that Estebancio made in the movement. I think with this is just scratching the surface. People are just finding out right now, actually, knowing that he passed away yesterday, going to be buried tomorrow. So we had to do things fast, and so people are finding out. And Ini, if you can help me with finding out where. All right, let's round this up. I've received many messages, and I know that a lot of people want to send letters on behalf of the organizations their movements. What can we do? How can we get those to the family? Any ideas?
Yes, actually, I know that a lot of friends, brothers, sisters would like to send a letter. And I can do my best if you could send me to my email or WhatsApp, and I'll make sure that the family gets it and they can read it, and I'll be there like for the funeral. I will be there tomorrow. It's gonna be at 1 p.m. Panama time. So I guess Olo will be like making live on TV Indigena. So the family said yes. So because there are so many people that also would like to follow his last step on this level. uh, yes. So if you would like to, sure. There's Rebecca just wrote. I can help translate some letter. Yeah, she can do it, and so if you could send it like a image, it would be really nice to easier for me to send it to my cousin. So yeah, that's what this is how I can make it happen, and they could see. So yes, Gasali, it's I mean, Esteban's life is amazing. So growing, and some of us, not you guys. I grow up in Stupu also, on the island. So some of you know Stupu. So imagine small island had to move to Panama City, international level. Crazy. I could not imagine that. But he did a lot. And what Marcial said, I was really like so many things that he did, uh, and a lot of things, useful things that I am going to use it. I'm using it in Panama with the different territories. So Gasali, thank you, and all this amazing night here in Panama. It's 9 p.m. I think it's early in the morning. There is Binota and some other brother and sister, but we're all together on this, and just thank you to all of you. So yes, what can I say, Gasali? Tomorrow is another day. Um, I'm happy one way or another. He accomplished his dreams. Yeah. So now, Gasali, you have a huge responsibility to follow his path, and keep pushing. There's a lot of people behind us, behind you. I am behind you here in Panama and the territory, pushing hard. So we have to be like the hand, like a strong hand, all together. Thank you, Gasali, for this amazing night. I don't know if another brother and sister is going to join us for the final thing. So I let you close the live.
Yeah, it's always a difficult way of closing a conversation. But luckily, maybe the best way, instead of like saying something, I just want to show that video again, the tribute video to Estebancio, so that the memories that we have, the final image of this video is not this face that has been. It's already 4 a.m. for me, but it is the face of the image of Estebancio, because that's what I would like to leave you all with. The fond memories that you have, and a laughing Estebancio. I think that is it. Everyone, thank you so much for your time, contributions, family of Estebancio, Pila for We've been very strong, and wishing you a lot of strength for the next couple of days, weeks, and the movement as well, obviously, because well, he's part of our family, and we're part of his family, as you can see. So, and people, I hope that you're going well. You find someone, or you have someone to confide in and talk to, which is difficult right now because we're in times of isolation and quarantine. But you're not alone. You're not alone mourning, grieving. And you can call me anytime. Doesn't matter who you are. We all share a love for Estebancio. And I just like to be available for everyone, and Ini as well, and everyone that's been in this conversation. So without further ado, I think I just wanted to let you go with a tribute video to the man himself, the amazing guy, Estebancio Castro-Diaz. See you later, brother.
See you.
Esto es para todas las personas que han perdido un ser querido. Es una canción de fe, de esperanza y de fuerzas nuevas. No me digas adiós, sino hasta luego. Dios determinó que en el cielo estoy mejor. No me digas adiós, oh no, sino hasta luego. Tuve que partir a un lugar donde no voy.
¿Cuál es, digamos, cuál es el avance? O en inglés. Oh, sorry, in English. Okay, Estebancio, what is the progress based on the discussion on this one?
I think that we had a very good progress and very positive conversation relating to the composition of the Facilitate Working Group on the platform. So the progress is that we almost had a consensus in maintaining 7 seats for Indigenous peoples, taking account the social economic regions that we already have, and also having 7 seats for the government. And the local communities, we have to wait because we don't know exactly when they're gonna develop their constituency or create their constituency. But I think that has been a very good progress.
Estar esperando.
This is why. But you cannot do that in a presentation, because one thing is to read a book. Other thing, the author explain you the book. So if we are talking about our rights, our needs, our concerns, okay, they read it, our concern, but they don't understand why our communities have concern. Why the grassroots level we feel that way. Until we say explain them or give an explanation to them with examples, this is why. But you cannot do that in a presentation or what you call essay paper or technical paper and stuff.
En el cielo. No me digas adiós, sino hasta luego. Dios determinó que en el cielo estoy mejor. No me digas adiós, sino hasta luego. Tuve que partir a un lugar donde no voy. sufrir. No me digas adiós, sino hasta luego. No te preocupes más por mí, porque donde estoy espero por ti. No me digas adiós, sino hasta luego. No tengas miedo de morir, no tengas miedo. Y aunque tenga que alejarme será por solo un momento, porque yo estaré esperándote en el cielo. No me digas adiós, sino hasta luego. No tengas miedo de morir, no tengas miedo. Que aunque tenga que alejarme será por solo un momento, porque yo
What's said before already, we have our own system. We all have our own methodologies. We have our own ways of sustainable development as an individual. Certainly, most people.
Sino hasta luego, no tengas miedo de morir, no tengas miedo. Y aunque tenga que alejarme será por solo un momento, porque yo estaré esperándote en el cielo. No me digas adiós, sino hasta luego. No tengas miedo de morir, no tengas miedo. Que aunque tenga que alejarme será por solo un momento, porque yo estaré esperándote en el cielo. Porque yo estaré esperándote en el cielo, con los brazos abiertos, en un lugar mejor, hoy el cielo. No me digas adiós, sino